who it was. Stewart. Billy invited him in with a nod of his head. "You look pissed," Stewart said. "This a bad time?" "Had a huge fight with Lucy. She took off." "What's it this time?" Billy shook his head tiredly. "You were right." "Fuck no." "Yeah, it was Lucy. She dipped into the stash." "Oh, man. What are you gonna do?" "Don't know. Not so sure they'll understand. Maybe take one last shot at trying to convince them there was a way someone else could have gotten to the case before it reached me. If Lucy could figure it out watching YouTube, anybody could." Heading over to his workbench, he turned his back to Stewart, who noticed for the first time what was tucked under the belt at Billy's back. What's with the gun, man?" "Oh," Billy said, like he'd forgotten it was there. He reached around for it, placed it sideways in his palm, and held it out for inspection. "Got it just in case. Want to hold it?" Stewart's eyes went wide with wonder. Tentatively, he took it from Billy's hand. "Loaded?" he asked. "Wouldn't be much good otherwise. Just don't fucking point it at me." Stewart raised the weapon as though getting ready to fire it, squinting over the barrel. "Pew, pew," he said. "It's not Luke Skywalker's blaster," Billy said. "Give it to me before you do something stupid." Billy put the gun back on the workbench, turned around, leaned his butt up against it, crossed his arms, then placed his hand on his stomach. "So much shit going on I forgot to eat. Stomach sounds like a cement mixer." Stewart said, "I could get some wings, be back super fast." Billy shrugged. "Sure." He pulled out his wallet, handed over a couple of 20s. "Sorry for the way I've treated you, man." Stewart waved him off, slipped out the side door and closed it behind him. Billy remained propped up against the workbench and gave the Camaro a long, defeated look. "I really got no fucking idea," he said to himself. Only a minute or two had passed before there was another rapping at the door. He opened it. "Billy Finster," said his latest visitor. "The hell do you want?" "This shit is over."
30. Richard. I drove through downtown Milford. I drove across the bridge into Stamford. I drove around aimlessly for maybe half an hour while I rehearsed in my head what I was going to say to my blackmailer. Something along the lines of this: "Do what you want, Billy. I don't care. I won't be blackmailed. You know it's not true. I'll just have to roll with whatever happens. If someone really did do this to you, you have my sympathies. I was willing to help you, hold whoever did it to account, but I won't let you smear me with a lie." Yeah, something like that. What I needed from him was an acknowledgement that he was lying, that he knew I'd never assaulted him back when he was a lodge student, that his only goal was getting some money out of me, and I would record it all on my phone. I'd pulled over at one point and done a practice run, opened up the voice memos app and slipped the phone down into the front pocket of my sports jacket. Put on the car radio, said a few words of my own, then checked to see whether the phone had picked it all up. Perfectly. If he said the things I needed him to say, and if he went through with his threat, I'd have something to play for the police. Sure, if I'd been smarter, I'd have brought in the police, or more specifically, my sister-in-law, from the get-go. But now I was determined to solve this problem on my own. I needed to restore my honor, and this was the only way I could think to do it. The persistent throbbing on the side of my head was a reminder that maybe this confrontation warranted being armed with more than a recording app. I didn't own a gun, and had never wanted to, and now was not the time to find one and learn how to use it. But that didn't mean I had to go into this empty-handed. So when I spotted a Dick's Sporting Goods store, I pulled into the parking lot and went inside. Found my way to the aisle where they kept the baseball bats. I hadn't owned a bat since I was a kid and was taken aback by the selection and the prices. Some of them were going for up to $400. But I found a Rawlings made out of maple that went for about $80 that I believed was up to the job. Paid for it in cash and tossed it onto the front seat of the car. It was time.
31. Billy stood there, gun in hand, stupefied, trying to make sense of what had happened. Just when you thought your problems could not get any worse, a new one came knocking at the door. He reviewed everything that had transpired over the last few days, looking for something that might explain this. Could it have something to do with Stuart? Was he into some kind of shit he hadn't told Billy about? When he returned with the chicken wings, Billy would ask. Wasn't it kind of convenient Stuart decided to take off just before this latest person showed up? Maybe he'd have learned more if he hadn't started waving the gun around. No one was going to be interested in sticking around one once they'd seen that. You think you're going to get shot, you get back in your car and hit the fucking road. But Billy had an idea what was behind the visit. Lucy. She'd probably been pretty careless when she'd sold the stuff she'd stolen from the locker, wasn't discreet, put the word out. Maybe one of her customers had overdosed and now a loved one wanted to put the fear of God into both of them. Stop selling this shit or else. That made as much sense as anything. He didn't know what he was going to do about her. If she was waiting for a text from him saying he was sorry, that he shouldn't have waved that gun in her face, well, she was going to be waiting a long time. But at the same time, he wanted to protect her from Andrea and Gerhard, because God help her if they found out what she'd done. I'm in what you might call a no-win situation, he thought. He heard another car pulling up to the garage. The engine died, a door opened and closed. He hoped it was Stuart with the wings. Didn't think to tell him to get extra spicy. Kind of had a lot on his mind at the time. Billy went to the door, opened it, found someone standing there. Not Stuart, not that other nut who'd come earlier. But Billy sure knew who it was. This evening had no end of surprises. Way things were going, there'd be fucking Girl Scouts here selling cookies before the night was through.
32. Richard. I parked where I had before, although this time I didn't let the right side of the car rest on that woman's lawn. The last thing I needed was her coming out and giving me shit again. I killed the engine and the lights and made sure the Subaru's doors were locked so as to keep anyone from surprising me again with a backseat visit. I sat there in the dark watching Billy Finster's house, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. The bat was on the seat next to me. The street was quiet. The silver Kia I'd seen the woman get into and drive off in was not there, nor was the rusted-out pickup truck Billy'd been driving when he'd first approached me at my home. But there was what looked to be a GMC, mostly windowless van parked up close to the garage. Maybe Billy had two vehicles, and the pickup was tucked away. It looked as though someone was home. There were lights on in the house, and slivers of light around the edges of the garage door. Showtime, I said to myself. With my right hand, I grabbed the bat, and with my left, opened the door. When the car's interior light came on, I winced. Idiot. Nothing like announcing your arrival. I got out and quickly closed the door to extinguish the light. I stood there a moment, holding my breath, then did a 360, looking to see whether anyone had noticed my arrival. So far, so good. I switched the bat to my left hand, and with my right, opened the voice memos app on my phone, set it to start recording, and dropped it into the front pocket of my sport jacket. I took the bat back into my right hand and gave it a light swing at my side, getting the feel of it. I am not going to beat this man to death. I only have this to defend myself. I started walking toward the house and hadn't gone more than a car length when I heard a vehicle turn onto the street. Slight squeal of tires, the engine roaring. I looked back and saw headlights coming my way. They hadn't caught me in their beam, and I certainly didn't want them to. I quickly stepped off the street and sought cover behind an oak tree broad enough to shield me. The car, an Audi A4 or A6 in black, went speeding past my hiding spot. The brake lights came on, the car slowed and turned abruptly into the driveway of Billy Finster's house. Hello. The driver killed the headlights and the engine and got out. A woman, about 5'5", skinny, scraggly hair down to her shoulders. A stocky guy got out on the passenger side. Together they walked purposefully to the front door, the woman banging on it with her fist hard enough that I could hear from my hiding spot. They waited maybe 10 seconds for someone to answer before she banged on it again. When the second knock produced no response, they headed for the garage. This time the guy did the knocking, hitting the small door at the side with his fist. No one came, so he turned the handle, found the place unlocked, and went inside, the woman following. Billy must have been there because I could hear indistinct conversation that soon turned to shouting. From my location, I couldn't make out much of what was said, but I did hear this. "Where is it? Where the fuck is it?" Banging and crashing followed. I heard what sounded like a metal door being slammed shut. Whatever was going on in there between Billy and his visitors, it wasn't going well. Who were these people? More blackmail victims? Was Billy into other shenanigans that hadn't made him any friends? The man and the woman emerged about 5 minutes later, closing the door behind them. I couldn't tell for sure, but it looked like they were wearing gloves as they headed for the house. Although I couldn't see them going to the back door, I was able to hear them kicking it in. It wasn't a big house, 1 story with a basement, judging by the low-rise windows at ground level. I could make out hurried shadows moving behind blinds or curtains. They were searching the place. And from the faint sounds I could hear, tearing it apart. At one point, through what was most likely a bedroom window, I thought I saw a mattress being overturned. 10 minutes went past. Finally, the two came out the back door. If they'd found what they were looking for, it wasn't evident. Neither of them was carrying anything. They walked quickly and purposefully back to the Audi, like they wanted to run but didn't want to attract attention. They looked, as best I could tell from my position, grim-faced. The woman got back in behind the wheel. The man got in on the other side and slammed the door angrily. The Audi kicked up dirt and gravel as it backed quickly out of the driveway. Once on the street, the car sped off in the direction it had come from. Everything went very quiet. I didn't move. The bat hung at my side from my right hand. My phone was still recording. I took it from my pocket, hit the stop button, and deleted the recording. Things had become a little more complicated. I'd come here to confront Billy, but someone had beaten me to the punch. The smartest thing would be for me to abort, take my bat, get in the car, and go home. And yet, an overwhelming sense of curiosity had taken hold. No longer was I here to take a stand. I wanted to know what had happened in that garage. I brought up the bat, holding it crossways in front of me, right hand at the base, the wide end to my left. I cut across grass, wanting to make less noise than I would walking down the gravel driveway. When I got to the door, I rapped on it lightly. No response. I tried the handle, and just as those two visitors before me had found it unlocked. I opened the door, let it swing wide. The lights were on. I went inside.
33. Mrs. Tibaldi came to the door within 10 seconds of Bonnie ringing the bell. Even before saying hello, she turned and shouted over her shoulder, "Rachel, your mother is here!" Then she turned to Bonnie and said, "Hi." "I'm so sorry," Bonnie said. "I had no idea Richard was going to do this." "It's fine," Mrs. Tibaldi said. "Rachel's never any trouble." Rachel came running to the door, shouting, "Can I watch the rest of How to Train—" "Get in the car," Bonnie said. "I'd only seen half of it when Daddy brought me—" "Get in the car." Rachel knew the tone and said no more. She scooted around her mother and ran to the Mitsubishi crossover. Bonnie followed without saying another word. Mrs. Tibaldi, evidently expecting some token thank you or nod of appreciation, looked taken aback. "Good night," she called out. Bonnie, her back to the woman, waved a hand in the air and got into her car. Rachel was already in the back, seatbelt buckled. "Are you mad at me?" Rachel asked as Bonnie backed the car onto the street. "I'm not mad at you," she said, the car now heading in the direction of home. "You seem mad." "I'm not mad," she said. "Are you mad at Dad?" "I'm not mad at anybody," Bonnie said. "Stop asking questions." But can I watch the rest of the movie when we get— Rachel, enough! Bonnie, too preoccupied to look in her mirror, oblivious to the headlights behind her, neglected to hit her turn signal as she cranked the wheel to the left to turn into their driveway. The car behind had pulled out to pass. The driver hit the horn and the brakes, nearly broadsiding Bonnie's vehicle. "Oh, God!" Bonnie screamed. "Sorry, sorry!" she shouted, even though her window was up and there was no way the other driver could hear her. She pulled into her driveway as the other driver laid on the horn some more before driving off. Bonnie put the car in park, turned off the engine, put her hands and head atop the steering wheel, and began to weep. "Mommy?" Rachel said. "I'm so sorry," Bonnie said. "It's okay. Everything's fine. Mommy's just a little on edge." Rachel said nothing as her mother leaned over to open the glove compartment and pulled out a packet of tissues. She used 2 to dab her eyes, then put the packet back and closed the door. It didn't latch and dropped down. Bonnie closed it a second time, and again it dropped down. "God damn it!" she shouted, closing the glove box a third time with such force that it sounded like a shot going off inside the car. The third time proved a charm. Bonnie collected herself before turning to look at Rachel. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I've got a lot on my mind." Hesitantly, Rachel asked, "Is Aunt Marta worse?" "What?" Bonnie said, dabbing her eyes. "Is her head still hurting?" Bonnie took a moment before answering. "She's fine, sweetheart, much better." She gave her nose a quick wipe and asked, "Why did your father go out?" "I don't know," Rachel said. "He just said he had to. Didn't he text you?" Bonnie had seen the text, but Richard had offered no explanation. "I just thought he might have told you what he was up to." Rachel shook her head. "Let's go," Bonnie said. Once they were in the house, Bonnie told Rachel to get ready for bed. "I'll be up in a minute." Rachel did as she was told. Bonnie went into the kitchen, found an open bottle of cheap white wine in the fridge, brought it out, and unscrewed the cap. She made no effort to bring down a wine glass from one of the upper cupboard shelves. She grabbed a coffee mug and filled it to the brim. Drank it down. She set the mug on the counter and held her right hand out. Watched it shake. She filled her mug a second time, emptying the bottle, took another drink, and held her hand out again. Still shaking. Where the hell was Richard? She went back to the front hall, got her phone out of her purse, and texted him, "Where are you?" Bonnie waited for the dancing dots to indicate he had received the text and was in the process of writing back to her. Nothing. She was about to send a second text asking the same question, this time tapping it out entirely in capital letters. Let him know she meant business. But then she stopped. Maybe she really didn't want to talk to him. Because once she started asking where he'd been and what he'd done, he'd want details about how her evening went. Like whether she'd told Marta about his situation. Bonnie definitely did not want to tell him what she'd done. 34. Lucy went to the mall. She wasn't remotely interested in shopping, but had no idea where else to go. She thought maybe if she wandered around Macy's and Target and Boscov's and in and out of the countless smaller stores, it would take her mind off her troubles, and maybe while she was doing that, Billy would text her and tell her to come home. She wasn't expecting him to say he'd forgiven her, but if he at least said she could come back and promised he wouldn't hurt her, that would be a first step. If and when he did get in touch, she would tell him again how sorry she was, that she would do anything she could to make things right, but he had to get rid of that gun. That gun had scared the living shit out of her. So long as it was in the house, she wasn't safe. She went to the food court and bought a coffee and muffin and sat at one of the small tables for 4, wondering where she would go if Billy didn't get in touch before the mall closed. She had friends from work, but none close enough that she could ask to stay over. Even if she did, she'd have to explain why she couldn't go home. And did she really want to get into all that? One thing she wasn't going to do was call the police. Sure, she could tell them Billy threatened her with a gun and they'd go arrest his ass, but inevitable questions would follow. Why'd he have a gun in the first place? Who was he afraid of, and why? Why had he threatened her? What had she done? Oh, well, I was skimming from this fentanyl shipment he was holding for these two dealers who bring the stuff in from Mexico. Calling the police was what you might call a non-starter. Lucy sipped on her coffee, not really tasting it, and picked away at her muffin, eating some of the top crunchy part and destroying the rest of it, nervously breaking it down into little bits. She left the empty cup and crumbled muffin on the table and resumed her wandering. The stores were starting to close. The metal and glass fronts were being slid into place, lights going off, so Lucy left the mall and went back to her car. Got behind the wheel, but did not start the engine. She took out her phone and brought up her texts. Stared at the screen, willing Billy to send her a message. She'd take the first step. She typed, "I love you, and I want to come home." Hit send. The message, her phone said, had been delivered. Come on, reply, you dumb asshole." Nothing. No little dots. That didn't have to mean he was still too pissed to reply. He might not have seen the message. She decided to give him another minute before sending a second message. "I understand if you don't forgive me, but we can work this out." She followed this with 2 heart emojis, waited another 30 seconds, and sent it. Nothing. The parking lot was thinning out. Lucy began to feel vulnerable, sitting here alone in a car as night fell. It was time, as they say, to face the music. She keyed the ignition. Billy's van was still in the driveway. There were lights on in the house and the garage, so it was a toss-up where he was. She decided to go into the house first. If she saw that gun on the kitchen table before she found Billy, she'd hide it. But as soon as she walked through the door, all thoughts of the gun left her. Holy shit. The place looked like a tornado had swept through. Chairs turned over. The sofa pulled away from the wall. The stereo cabinet open, CDs and DVDs scattered. "Billy!" she called out, unable to keep the fear out of her voice. All the kitchen cupboards were open, dishes scattered about broken, boxes of cereal emptied onto the floor, a canister of flour upended, the oven door wide open, the lower freezer compartment of the refrigerator pulled out. "Billy!" she screamed again. She ran toward the back of the house to their bedroom, dresser drawers yanked out, dumped, the closet open, the top shelf emptied, the mattress on its side up against the wall. Lucy went to the top of the stairs that led down to Billy's man cave, her voice softer now but still shaky. "Billy? You down there?" Slowly, she descended the steps until she could take in the room. The tornado had been through here, too. Still no Billy. There was only the garage left to check out. Lucy went out the back door, crossed the yard to the garage. Her hand still shaking, she turned the handle and entered. Things were torn apart in here, too, but not to the same degree. The locker was wide open. What Lucy knew to be the most important item that should have been in there was gone. "Billy?" she whispered. There was a smell in the air. And not just one thing. There was a whiff of something unpleasant, almost septic. But that was mixed with a more familiar aroma, something spicy. There was a closed take-out food box on the roof of the Camaro. Lucy lifted the lid an inch. Chicken wings slathered with orange hot sauce. And then she spotted what had to be the source of the other smell. Billy lay face down. His head turned only slightly, his nose jammed into the concrete floor. His arms were splayed out at awkward angles, and a large puddle of blood spread out from under his torso. Lucy screamed until she brought her own hand to her mouth to stifle it. "Billy?" she said a few seconds later after taking her hand from her mouth and kneeling next to him. She touched his back lightly, gave him the slightest shove as though trying to wake him from a nap. Billy?" she said again. The toe of her shoe touched the slowly expanding blood pool. She stood, backed away, turned, and ran from the garage as though it were on fire.
35. Richard. Bonnie's car was in the driveway when I got home, so I was betting she had already been to Mrs. Tibaldi's and picked up Rachel, having seen my text. I took a couple of deep breaths before I got out of the car and slipped quietly into the house. I did not announce my arrival. It was nearly 10. Maybe Bonnie had gone to bed. Rachel would surely be asleep by now. I gently set my keys into the decorative bowl on the table by the front door, slipped off my jacket, and hung it over the bottom post on the stairs. When I went into the kitchen, I found Bonnie sitting there, looking at me. "Oh, hey," I said. "I thought maybe you'd already gone up." "No," she said flatly. She had a coffee mug on the table in front of her, her finger looped into the handle. Bonnie didn't usually drink coffee this late at night, but then I saw the empty wine bottle on the counter by the sink. "Where were you?" she asked. It wasn't a casual question. It carried an accusing tone. "Out," I said. "You hadn't said anything about going out when I left." It was a last-minute thing. It must have been important if you had to get Mrs. Tibaldi to take Rachel on short notice. "Went to see Trent," I said. "Why?" "I needed to talk to him. About everything. I wanted to hear what he had to say." "I thought I'd helped you with all that." "You did. You helped a lot. But you still needed to talk to Trent." I shrugged. "I guess." "So what did he say?" "He wasn't home," I said. "He was at some school meeting." "Oh," she said. "Then why didn't you come back home if he wasn't there? Did you go to the school, find him there?" "No." "Then where were you?" "I drove around. You know, sometimes you just need to wander to think things through." "What's with the wine?" "What?" "There was the better part of a bottle there last time I looked. You killed it off?" She shrugged. "I felt like a drink." "Looks like more than a drink." "I was a little stressed when I got home," Bonnie said. The truth was, I needed one too, badly. I went to the freezer, brought out a bottle of vodka, poured some into a glass, and added some soda. "Why are you so stressed out?" I asked. Then I remembered where she'd been. Marta. Did something happen with Marta? She took a beat too long to answer. "She's fine." "You told her," I said. "I asked you not to." "I didn't tell her," she said, bristling. "Then what's with this?" I asked, nodding at the empty wine bottle. "Who wouldn't be stressed after everything you told me? Christ, I thought you'd had a heart attack today. Of course I'm stressed. You look stressed." She had that right. The room went quiet. Something was going on here with both of us. I knew what was going on with me, the tension I was holding in, how I was replaying in my mind what had happened in Billy Finster's garage. But Bonnie was holding back something too. She bit her lower lip and looked away. I knew that look. She was on the verge of tears and was determined to hold them back. She was deciding whether to tell me why she'd been sitting here alone in the kitchen getting drunk. She suddenly blurted out, "I almost had an accident on the way home." "What?" "I got your text. Had picked up Rachel, and I was turning into the driveway when this asshole tried to pass me, nearly T-boned me." "Jesus. You're okay?" "Yeah, I'm sitting here, aren't I? But it never would have happened if you hadn't gone out and I didn't have to get Rachel. We could have been killed." "So if they'd been hurt, it would have all been on me. Okay." I didn't believe this was what had her so preoccupied. She was channeling, getting angry with me about one thing to cover up something else. I broke the silence that had lasted the better part of half a minute. "What's really going on, Bonnie?" "I could ask you the same," she said. "Why'd you go out?" I countered. "Did you even go to Marta's?" Bonnie finished off whatever was left in her coffee mug. She set it down with a bang, stood up, and said, "I'm going to bed. Bonnie, please talk to me." "You talk to me," she said. I knew what I needed to tell her, but I couldn't make the words come. I'd opened up to her earlier in the evening, told her everything, but things had changed. One problem had been replaced by another that was potentially far worse. Exponentially far worse. She walked straight past me on her way to the stairs. That was how our day ended. I was keeping something big from her, and she was clearly keeping something big from me. We were in some deep kind of shit here.
36. Marta, as anyone who knew her could have predicted, did not take any extra time off despite spending Saturday night to Sunday morning in the hospital. Jenny, who'd catered to Marta all Sunday, ordering her to rest, making her linguine primavera for dinner, made a few vain attempts Monday morning to get Marta to take another day or two to make sure she was okay, but Marta would have none of it. "I'm fine," she insisted. "Gonna find that bitch." That part Jenny understood. She wanted that bitch found, too. At least Marta had the morning and early afternoon of Monday to rest up before her shift started at 4. While she waited to head in, Marta linked up to the department's computer system to look up possible suspects or, as they liked to put it, persons known to the police. She scrolled through hundreds of photos, pausing occasionally when she found someone who might be Charisse Fowler's supplier and Marta's attacker, then moving on to the next batch of headshots. She made herself a tuna sandwich at noon and continued scanning while she ate. Jenny texted 3 times to ask how she was doing. The first 2 times, Marta responding with a simple fine, and then on the third, fine! As if that weren't enough, there had been the occasional text from her sister seeking detailed updates. How was she feeling? Could she bring her anything? Enough already. When she got to work at 4, her boss wanted a word with her. Once Marta had persuaded him she was fit for duty, she went to it, finishing up a few reports, making some calls to a contact with the DEA to see what she could learn about fentanyl distribution in this part of the state. When she had only an hour left in her shift, a call came in about a body. 2 uniformed cops in a black and white Milford police cruiser had been on a routine wander when they were passing the Finster house, and noticed the side door to the garage was open, the light on inside. People didn't generally leave doors open and lights on late in the evening. The cops decided it was worth a quick look-see. Maybe the homeowners had gone to bed, forgotten to lock up the garage, leaving themselves vulnerable to theft. Then they found Billy Finster. Not 20 minutes later, Marta was in that garage, slip-ons over her shoes, latex gloves over her hands, taking in the scene. The victim was white, mid-20s, about 200 pounds. Given the amount of blood on the floor, she was guessing gunshot or knife wound, but she'd know more once the body was turned over and the medical examiner had done her work. Marta took note of the open locker filled with electronics and tools, still in their original packaging. There was a spot on one of the upper shelves about 3 feet wide that was conspicuously empty. There was a box of untouched chicken wings from a place called Paulie's. Marta wondered whether someone, possibly the dead man, had picked the wings up or had them delivered. Maybe someone from Uber Eats or DoorDash had seen what had happened here. Marta, continuing to step carefully, walked around the car and knelt down to get a peek under it. The front end was raised, the wheels on blocks. She spent another 5 minutes in there studying the scene before stepping outside. The night was a kaleidoscope of flashing lights, 4 police cars, an ambulance, all lit up like Christmas trees. A couple of uniformed officers, the ones who'd responded to the original call, had strung yellow police tape around the property's perimeter. They'd been talking to neighbors, learned that the deceased was married, but there was no sign of the wife. Was she their killer? Was she on the run from whoever had murdered her spouse? Was she dead too? Marta put on a new pair of slip-on booties and went into the house. What a mess. Someone had been hunting frantically for something. Living room, kitchen, bedrooms, the basement, all in total disarray. The frenzied way in which the items had been thrown about suggested to Marta the search was rushed, not meticulous. When she went back outside, she noticed a woman intently watching the proceedings from the other side of the police tape. Mid-70s, wearing a house coat to protect her from the cool night air. Looked to Marta like she was wearing pajamas under her robe. She approached. "Ma'am," she said, displaying the badge clipped to her belt. "Yes?" "What's your name?" "Dorothy Envers." "Which house is yours?" The woman pointed to the closest one. "You know the people who live here?" She nodded. "Lucy and Billy. What's happened? They're saying something happened to Billy?" "Lucy would be Billy's wife?" "That's right." "You seen her around lately?" "Her car was here earlier today. She could be at work, although she doesn't usually have shifts this late." Dorothy told Marta that Lucy worked in the cafeteria at a hospital in Bridgeport. Marta asked which hospital, got a description of Lucy's car. "You see anything out of the ordinary tonight? Cars you didn't recognize coming by?" The woman shook her head, but then thought of something. "Someone was watching the house at one point in the afternoon. Parked right on my lawn." "Tell me about that," Marta said.
37. Richard. I should have called in sick Tuesday. Sleep had eluded me. I tossed and turned all night, spent much of the time staring at the ceiling. I wasn't the only one. Bonnie, beside me, was awake too, but neither of us would acknowledge that we weren't sound asleep. We barely spoke at breakfast, moved around each other in the kitchen like well-choreographed but silent dancers who could execute their moves without tripping over each other. Rachel looked dismayed. For a day or two there, she'd had reason to believe her parents were working through their differences, attentive to one another, chatting. But now a frost had settled in again. Mom and Dad not saying any more to each other than they absolutely had to. Rachel had kept her nose to her iPad through breakfast, reading about some disgusting bug or other, disappearing into her new interest. I was in a brain fog. I couldn't focus on the lessons I had to teach, and when any of my students asked me anything, I often didn't register hearing my own name. Like I said, I should have called in sick, but was worried that doing so had the potential later to make me look suspicious. I did have to field a few questions from students as well as colleagues about how I'd earned that bruise on my right temple and cheek. I was sticking with a story about getting hit with a basketball, and more than a few looked skeptical, some pressing to know who'd thrown the ball. I sidestepped, said I didn't want to get anyone into trouble. Despite that, I tried to act as though nothing unusual had happened to me in the last 24 hours. But all day I kept looking out that same window where I had spotted Mark LeDrew, expecting to see a Milford police car pull into the lot. Sooner or later, I feared something was going to connect me to my visit to Billy Finster's the night before. All they had to do was look at the call history on his phone. They'd see he'd called me, not long after I'd told Bonnie everything, even texted me when I'd told him I wasn't going to give in to his demands. How would I explain that? What reason could I come up with for his "you'll be sorry" text? I hoped he'd use another phone for that, a burner that maybe he'd gotten rid of. Why hadn't I looked for it when I was there? Too shocked, that's why. During a free hour in my schedule, Trent came to my room. "You came by the house last night?" he said. "Yeah," I said, my back to him as I wiped down my blackboard, erasing a lesson on symbolism. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Everything's fine. I was just going to talk to you some more about my circumstances." "Well, I'm here now." "It's okay," I said. "I've burdened you enough with all this. I appreciate it, I do. I'm sure things will find a way of working out." "So, what are you saying?" He closed the door. "You paid him? It's over?" "I didn't. I think my blackmailer's had a change of heart." More like his heart stopped working. "You heard from him?" I put down the eraser and raised my palms, signaling I really didn't want to talk about this anymore. "Trent, really, forget I ever mentioned any of this. Put it out of your head." He stood there studying me. "What aren't you telling me?" "Nothing. Just let it go." Trent nodded, slowly, mulling over my request. "Okay, then," he said. "If you change your mind, if you want to talk, you know where to find me." "Thank you." I expected him to withdraw, but he was still standing there. "What?" "I know you need this like a hole in the head, but God, what now?" "Another lawsuit?" I said. "I already got served by the LeDrews, forwarded the paperwork to the union." "Not that," he said. "Remember me telling you about some parents being concerned about the books in your class?" I needed a second. Andrew Canaan, the road. "Yeah," I said. "They'd like a meeting." "How do you decide what book is worth studying? What are the criteria?" "Really? There's not a book out there someone wouldn't find objectionable? Maybe we should abandon the teaching of ideas, Trent. Just teach them the times table and the state capitals and send them on their merry fucking way." "I'm on your side here." I sighed. "I'm sorry, I'm at the end of my tether." "I get it. But let me tell you the spot I'm in. I can't dismiss their concerns even if I have problems with them. I have to listen, and we have to make our case. They'd like to meet tonight. The best person— Why do you keep looking out the window?" "What?" "Sorry, it's nothing. Go on." "The best person to talk to them, to explain why The Road or any number of other books might engage students, get them thinking, get them talking, would be you. But at the same time, you've been to hell and back and don't need this. I can handle it, if you want to be excused." In my head, I was screaming, but I managed to say calmly, "No, it's okay." Maybe, with any luck, I'd be arrested sometime today and would have a good excuse for not showing up. "If you can handle it, great, but you should think about a leave of absence," Trent said. "A week, a month, whatever you think you need. I know I can get it approved." Now Trent looked out the window. He'd spotted what had caught my eye a moment earlier out on the school's field. Wandering it aimlessly was Ronnie Grant, our former caretaker. "Oh, shit," Trent said. "He won't stay away." He looked woefully at me as though expecting a question. I didn't have any choice. He'd been told about the door, that it wouldn't latch. I had a list of things he was supposed to do, and he hadn't gotten to any of them. Even without the LeDrew incident, I'd been thinking I was going to have to do something about him. "He's been in to see me 3 times, begging to get his job back. I've told him there's nothing I can do. The board wanted his head on a platter. Now he's moping about like Charlie Brown, making a nuisance of himself. The second time he came in to see me, he'd been drinking." I felt a certain kinship with Ronnie in that moment. A twist of fate had left its mark on both of us. He'd fucked up and lost his job. I'd played the hero and drawn the attention of an extortionist. Neither of us could have predicted where our actions, or inactions, would lead. "Maybe I should have a word with him," I said. Sometimes I couldn't stop being me. I just had to help. "Hey, Ronnie," I said, crossing the field, hands in my pockets. Like maybe I was out here for a stroll, too. Ronnie was a thin stick of a guy, slightly stooped over, his chest slightly caved in, all of which made him look shorter than his 6 feet. He was dressed in his work attire, olive-colored shirt and pants. He always had a day's growth of whiskers, but now it looked like he hadn't shaved in a week. "Mr. Boyle," he said. Ronnie, like one of the students, always addressed staff members by their surnames. I'd told him more than once to call me Richard, but it wouldn't take. I offered a hand, and he shook it. When I was that close to him, I could smell alcohol on his breath. "I don't think I ever properly thanked you," he said. "I mean, if that LeDrew kid had got in and blown us all up, it all would have been on me. They'd have done more than fired me. The townspeople probably have gotten together and strung me up." He laughed weakly. "I'm sorry," I said. "I don't know that what happened to you is fair. You fighting it?" Ronnie shrugged. "They say I should, but I don't know. If they transfer me to another school, that'd be okay." "You married, Ronnie?" I asked. I realized that I knew very little about this man I'd seen every day in the hallways of the school. He nodded. "Yep, just me and Trace. When I'm not here, well, that would be all the time now, but when I wasn't here, I'd be looking after her. Trace lost her sight about 2 years ago. First one eye about 5 years back, and then the other one. She's okay through the day, but I do most everything around the house. Laundry and cooking and cleaning. Sometimes I sneak out late when she's asleep and go to Jim's for a drink or two." "Kids?" Got a daughter, comes to visit once in a while. She's a dental assistant. Lives and works in New Haven. Got a husband and 2 kids. She says I should get a lawyer. A lot of that going around, I said. He looked at me through narrowed eyes. Yeah, I heard something about them coming after you. The parents. Fuckers? I had no response for that. We stood there, not talking for a moment. You know I've been here 19 years? Ronnie said to me. I did not. Lasted through 5 principals, seen them come and go. I thought this latest one. I thought me and him had a good working relationship, you know. Just goes to show that things are never what they seem. I was going to fix that door that very day, I swear to you. It was the top of my list. He shook his head regretfully. Only one been here as long as me is Belinda. He grinned. She knows where the bodies are buried. Exactly the phrase that had occurred to me on several occasions. Finally, Ronnie said, I miss the kids. Sure. It made me feel younger, surrounded by young people, you know. You get really close to them while they're here. And then they're gone, making lives for themselves, and a new crop of them comes in. I know, I said. A lot of them, they called me Willie, he said. You know, for the Simpsons character, groundskeeper Willie? That was actually the part I liked best, keeping the grounds. His gaze wandered over to the back of the school and a set of doors that led to his former domain. Behind them were the guts of the school, his office, the school's boiler and electrical system, a backup generator, cleaning supplies, a small garden tractor he used to maintain the grounds. In winter, he attached a snowblower to it to clear the sidewalks. I like riding the lawnmower, cutting the grass, he said. Gives you lots of time to think doing that. And it's one of those jobs where you can immediately see what you accomplished. Every time you make a loop, it's right there for everyone to see. He smiled. I'd ride that lawn tractor all day if you let me. Something Mark LeDrew had said to me 8 days ago suddenly popped into my head. You're a real lawnmower man, Ronnie, I said. Yeah, he said, grinning. I guess I am.
38. This was the 3rd hospital where Andrea was running her game, holding a bouquet of flowers, telling the woman at the reception desk that she wanted to deliver them personally to Lucy Finster for taking such nice care of her mother. Lucy Finster? The woman said, tapping away at her computer. What department does she work in? Andrea recalled that just before she put the clamp on Billy's tit, he'd said something about his wife Lucy working in a hospital cafeteria. Would have been nice if he'd said which fucking hospital. There was one in Milford, a couple in Bridgeport, 2 up New Haven way, 1 in Westport. If Andrea had thought to ask, she and Gerhard wouldn't be driving from facility to facility trying to find the elusive little bitch. Because that was exactly what she was. Elusive. They doubled back to the Finster place after the police had arrived, mingled with the gawkers lined up along the yellow police tape, listened to the gossip how no one had seen Billy's wife. Which got Andrea and Gerhard thinking that there might be a very good reason for that. She'd run off with their flizzies. The carry-on bag was not there. Billy sure didn't have it, and he wasn't exactly in a state to tell them where it might have gone. But with Lucy in the wind, well, you didn't have to be fucking Sherlock Holmes to connect the dots. They realized, of course, that if Lucy had their stuff and had gone on the run, she might not be showing up for work the next day. But if they could figure out which hospital she worked at, then they might be able to find some of her friends. Maybe one of them would lead them to her. So here she was, at a hospital in New Haven, her second stop, holding a cheap bouquet she'd bought from someone on a street corner asking for Lucy. To the receptionist, she said, I know it sounds funny, her being able to help my mom when she worked in the cafeteria, not being a doctor or a nurse, but Mom, bless her, in her last days, she'd come down to the cafeteria and Lucy always made time for her and she didn't have to do that. It just shows that everyone who works here, in whatever capacity, really cares about the patients. The receptionist looked up from her screen. I'm sorry, but we don't have anyone here by that. Thanks for nothing, bitch, Andrea said, heading for the door and hoping these shit flowers wouldn't completely wilt before she got to the next hospital. By Tuesday afternoon, Marta was reviewing everything she had so far on the death of one William Billy Finster. He had died of a gunshot wound at close range to his upper abdomen. The bullet had gone right through his heart. It would have been quick. A check of footage from neighbors' surveillance video turned up little. Only a couple of homeowners had tricked their places up with security cameras that captured street traffic, and what video that had been recovered had not proved useful. They did have a partial license plate, and the make and model of a car that had been seen near the Finster house, and Marta had been waiting to hear back on that. No cell phone had been found at the scene. Not on Billy, not in the garage, not in the house. If Billy'd been in the habit of carrying a phone, someone, presumably whoever had shot him, had taken it. Before packing it in the night before, she had gone to Paulie's, the chicken wing place. She'd found a receipt tucked into the folds of the box and showed it to the manager. He said it hadn't been a delivery. The customer had come to the shop, placed the order, and waited outside in his pickup truck until it was ready. "You get his name?" Marta asked. She already knew, from looking at the receipt, that it had been a cash transaction. No credit card to help with an ID. The manager shook his head. "Nope. When it was ready, I just waved and he came in and got it." "He a regular? Seen him before?" "Once or twice, maybe. I'm not sure." When asked for a description, the manager was beyond vague. Height? Kind of average. Weight? Sort of average, I would say. Hair color? Kind of average. The best Marta could get out of him was that the guy was white, in his 20s, and after Marta showed him a picture of the deceased she'd taken from his driver's license, definitely not Billy Finster. "The truck?" "An old Ford, I think. Look, I'm deep frying wings all night. Don't have time to take notice of anybody." Her next stop was the hospital in Bridgeport, where Billy Finster's wife worked. The Finsters' neighbor had come up with that information. No one had seen Lucy since the discovery of her husband's body, so Marta wasn't counting on her being at her job, but it was a place to start in trying to find her. As a courtesy, Marta went directly to the administrator's office to explain why she was there. She wanted to speak to Lucy Finster's co-workers. She was taken to a woman named Svetlana, who oversaw the cafeteria operation. Lucy, she said, had not shown up for her shift that morning. "I called her, but her phone went straight to message," Svetlana said. "She ever just not show up for work before?" Marta asked. "Never." "How's she seemed lately? Anything different? Anxious about anything?" "Not that I have noticed. What's going on? Does this have anything to do with Billy?" "What makes you think that?" "She talks about him all the time, like nothing specific, just if she is acting like she is having a bad day, I will ask, and she just shakes her head and says, 'Billy.' Have you talked to him?" Clearly, Svetlana had not gotten the memo, Marta thought. "Who are Lucy's friends here?" Svetlana shrugged. "She does not have many. You could try Digby. I see her talking to him sometimes." "Digby?" She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "She might have something going on with him, but I don't like to start rumors." "Where would I find Digby?" Digby, it turned out, was an orderly, and Marta tracked him down on the third floor, wheeling a patient back to her room from the X-ray department. When he had her settled back into her bed and was coming out of the room, Marta held up her badge and introduced herself. "I gotta help a guy take a dump," he said. "This important?" "Digby's an unusual name. First or last?" "First name," he said. "My parents are from Nova Scotia." Marta looked at him blankly, not making the connection. "It's a place there," he said. "That's where they, conceived me. When they were on a vacation, so they named me Digby. My last name's Wentworth." "You seen Lucy Finster today, Digby?" "Who?" "Digby. Some days I have lots of time for bullshit, but I'm on a tight schedule today." "Oh, yeah, Lucy," Digby said. "Didn't hear you right the first time. Haven't seen her, no. Not sure she's on today. You should talk to the Russian chick runs the caf." "She a friend?" Digby pursed his lips. We talk once in a while, but other than that, not really. She's got a husband, Billy. When you do talk to her, what do you talk about? Digby shrugged. Like, how are you today? What shows you watching? Shit like that. If you hear from her, I'd like you to give me a call right away, Marta said, handing him a card. He gave it the quickest of glances and tucked it into the front pocket of his white pants. Anything else? He asked. Marta shook her head slowly. She took the elevator back down to the first floor and was 20 feet from the reception desk on her way to the front doors when she stopped dead. That woman asking questions at the desk, holding a bouquet of flowers. If it wasn't the woman from the bar Saturday night who'd knocked her out, it was her twin sister. And then Marta looked down at her shoes. Converse sneakers. Marta placed a reassuring hand on the weapon attached to her belt. She held her ground another moment, waiting to see whether the woman would turn this way, give Marta a better look at her face. She could hear some of the conversation. So she does work here? The woman said. Yes, said the receptionist, tapping away at her computer. If you'd like to leave those with me, I can make sure she gets them. I'd really prefer to give them to her in person. Why don't I call down to the cafeteria and see if she's on today? No sense sending you all the way down there if she hasn't come in for her shift yet. Thanks, I appreciate. The woman must have noticed someone was standing off to her left. She glanced that way and saw Marta. The glint of recognition didn't take longer than a millisecond. Marta said, Nice shoes. The woman dropped the flowers and bolted. Stop! Marta shouted. Police! Others in the reception area froze, looked around, watched as the woman was forced to wait half a second for a set of sliding glass doors to retract, only to encounter an elderly man on crutches in her path. She shoved him out of her way, and he went down, collapsing on the floor in front of Marta, who was torn between helping him and continuing her pursuit. It's a fucking hospital, she thought. Someone will tend to him. In the moment it took to make that decision, the glass doors had slid shut. They began to retract again as Marta took a step toward them, but god damn they were slow. Marta squeezed through before they'd fully reopened and came tearing out of the building at a gallop. Would have really helped Marta if those Converse sneakers had been on her own feet. She lost sight of the woman as she reached the bottom of a set of concrete steps and turned right onto the sidewalk. Stop! Marta shouted again. She didn't know whether the fleeing woman was armed, but Marta had her gun at the ready. Not that she was likely to be able to use it. She couldn't shoot a suspect in the back. She couldn't risk hitting someone else on the street. The woman was 60 feet ahead of her, arms and legs pumping hard. She was a scrawny thing, Marta thought, and fast, but Marta was no slouch herself. She ran 3 mornings a week, usually 4 miles, and believed she could keep up this pace for as long as it took. But then the game changed. A black Audi had barreled up the street and was riding along right beside her. Then, with a squeal and a large thump, it jumped the curb, aiming for Marta. Shit! She cried, and moved sharply to the right. She'd been running so quickly she lost her balance and fell, thinking in the 2 seconds it took to hit the sidewalk, not your head, don't hit your fucking head! The car kept going until it reached the woman, screeched to a stop long enough for the woman to leap in, then sped off, burning rubber. Before Marta slowly got to her feet, she looked at the car, hoping she'd be able to get a glimpse of the plate, but it was already too far away. She limped her way back to the hospital and went straight for the reception desk. What did that woman want? She asked, struggling to catch her breath. The woman at the desk said, She wanted to deliver some flowers. To who? A woman who works in the cafeteria. Who? Lucy Finster? Marta was continuing to catch her breath, trying to absorb the significance of what she'd just been told. The woman who'd sold Charisse Fowler fentanyl, who'd knocked Marta out, who had stolen her goddamn shoes, was looking for the wife of the guy who'd been murdered the night before. Her cell phone rang. Marta got it out, tapped the screen, and managed to say, Harper. Got a hit back on that plate and car description, a man at the other end of the line said. Still shaken from nearly being hit by the car, it took a moment for Marta to figure out what this was about. That plate number one of the officers had come up with after talking to the Finsters' neighbors. Right, she said finally. Hang on a second. She snapped her fingers at the receptionist. Pen? Paper? The woman quickly handed her something to write with and a pad. Shoot, Marta said into her phone. The caller read her the information. Marta looked at what she'd scribbled and blinked. She said, That can't be right. That's what came back. Check it again, I'll wait. Marta heard the clicking of keys in the background. The man came back on a few seconds later and said, Yep, that's it. Marta ended the call without so much as a thank you, stared at the notepad, and said, Fuck me.
39. Richard. I'd been struggling to compose some notes for what I would say that evening to the parents concerned about what I was having the kids read. I was having a difficult time pulling my thoughts together. I'd opened up the laptop on my desk, intending to see what others in the trenches, fighting book banning and censorship, had said. But instead of entering that subject into the search field, I typed in Billy Finster, and then refined that to William Finster. And right away my screen was filled with stories from the last 12 hours. There was a short news item in the New Haven paper. Milford police homicide detectives are investigating the suspicious death of a man whose body was found late last night. Police said the deceased, William Finster, 25 of Worcester Street, was discovered after officers in a passing patrol car investigated a garage door that had been left open. The garage, a separate building behind the Finster residence, was where Mr. Finster had been restoring an old Camaro. Sources say Finster, an airport baggage handler, was shot at close range. Police are currently looking for his wife, Lucy Finster, 27, who is, police stressed, not a suspect, but someone they wish to speak to in a bid to gather more information. She hasn't been seen since Monday afternoon. I would like to say that the story came as a total shock to me, but it did not. There was also a video clip from one of the local TV news stations. The item was shot earlier today out front of the Finster residence, which was still roped off with police tape. The woman standing with the microphone in her hand didn't have much information beyond what was in the newspaper, but she did have an interview with a woman I recognized as the one who'd asked me to move my car off her lawn. At the bottom of the screen was her name, Dorothy Envers. Christ, I had more to worry about than Billy's texts to me. Would she tell police she'd seen someone watching the Finster house earlier in the day? And did she or anyone else see me when I returned several hours later? I was hopeful I'd left no trace of my presence there. Recently, I'd read something about touch DNA, where a sample can be obtained if someone does nothing more than touch a surface. The good news there was I hadn't touched a thing except for the handle of the door into the garage, and I'd wiped that down with the sleeve of my jacket when I'd left. And that would mean I was in the clear with fingerprints, too. I'd seen no surveillance cameras, and if there had been any, chances were the police would have been at my door by now. But there was the issue of footprints. When I'd run across the yard to the garage, I'd passed through grass, damp with evening dew, and I supposed it was possible my shoes could have left an imprint on the garage floor. So this morning I'd taken those shoes, an old pair of Asics I'd been wearing for about 4 years, and dropped them into a trash bin out back of a fast food joint out on Boston Post Road. I knew how that looked, but I didn't want anyone knowing I'd been there last night. How would I persuade anyone I wasn't a suspect if they knew the game he'd been trying to run on me? Well, I wasn't going to be running it anymore. I'd heard nothing from Bonnie all day. No call, no text. But then again, I hadn't been in touch with her either. Maybe tonight we could sit down, clear the air. I might even find the strength to tell her what I'd done. As I was heading to my car at the end of the school day, I nearly bumped into Herb Willow as he was coming out of his classroom. "Excuse me," I said. We hadn't spoken since I'd let him have it the other day. If he was still holding a grudge, it wasn't evident by the smile on his face when he saw me. "Richard," he said amiably, "how are you today?" "Fine, Herb," I said, and would have continued on my way, but he wasn't done. "I hear the townsfolk are gathering their pitchforks and torches for a meeting with you tonight." So that hadn't been an amiable smile. More like a devilish one. Once these book banners are convinced something's unacceptable, it's hard to win them over, Herb said. They just zero in on the objectionable part, won't consider it in a larger context. There's some kind of point you're trying to make here? I should think it would be obvious. You don't see the parallels? Enlighten me. You got parents judging what you give their kids to read based on one small excerpt. And you've got the whole goddamn school judging me based on one small thing said by a crazy person who wanted to kill us all. I couldn't see what was to be gained debating a worm. I wonder why I see your hand in this meeting, I said. Herb feigned offense. How could you say that? How unprofessional would it be to cause problems for a colleague? I turned and walked away. When I got home, I walked over to Mrs. Tibaldi's to pick up Rachel. I figured the trip back to the house would give us a chance to get caught up. I'd been so consumed with my own problems that it was easy to forget that it wasn't all about me. How's Mrs. Tibaldi? I asked. Are you going to make me go there again tonight? Rachel asked. Don't have any plans to, sweetheart. Last night it was something unexpected. She had nothing to say to that. How's the bug collection coming? Rachel shrugged. It's nice you have a new interest. Another shrug. Then, Amanda said she might give me all her bugs because her dad hates them, but I don't think I want them. Why's that? It's like zoos. It's mean to keep things locked up, even if they're dead. They should all be set free. When I was a kid, I collected stamps for a while. Stamps? What are stamps? That stopped me cold. I shouldn't have been surprised. Why would a kid who'd been raised in an age of emails and texts, whose parents paid all their bills online, know anything about sticking a little square of paper onto an envelope and dropping it into a box down the street? I laughed. Never mind. It was pretty boring anyway. Did you sell the boat? Rachel asked. You heard about that? That shouldn't have surprised me either. She could have overheard Bonnie and me talking about it, or Bonnie might have mentioned to her that I'd been thinking of it. The truth was, there was no need to sell it now. She nodded, and I said, No, I didn't sell the boat. Okay, she said. For sure? For sure. And you won't change your mind? I shook my head. You seem pretty worried about it, I said, patting the back of her head. How come? The boat's a family thing, and if we didn't have the boat, maybe we weren't going to be a family anymore. I stopped, knelt down, took her 2 hands in mine, and looked her in the eye. That would never happen. I took her into my arms for a quick squeeze, and we continued on our way home. In the freezer, I found some meatballs we'd made up a month ago and sealed in a plastic container. Let them simmer in a tomato sauce, put on a pot of water to boil for spaghetti, and then scrolled through my phone looking for more stories about Billy Finster's death. Then I thought, if someone checked my phone's search history, they'd have to wonder why I was so interested in Finster's murder. And then I realized my laptop at school would be equally incriminating. Someone might get around to talking to Belinda, who'd be able to report I'd asked her if we'd had a current address for him. Just how many clues had I left behind? Stupid, stupid, stupid. Bonnie arrived home shortly before 6. When she found me in the kitchen, I put the phone aside and smiled weakly at her. I didn't know where things stood between us at that moment. I decided to make the first move, walked over and put my arms around her. Hey, I said. She started to cry. Then she started to shake. It's okay, I said, holding on to her more tightly. It's okay. She wiped a tear from her eye and pulled back far enough to ask, Where's Rach? Watching her movie. Bonnie nodded like that was a good thing. I have something I have to tell you, she said. Okay, I said, leading her to the table so she could take a seat. I need a drink of water. I ran the tap and filled 2 glasses. Bonnie drank half of hers and stared down at the table. I did a very dumb thing, she whispered. Just tell me, I said. Whatever it is, we'll sort it out. She opened her mouth, then closed it like she wanted the words to come out, but something was holding her back. You were right, she said. I knew it. She'd told Marta. I didn't go see my sister, she said. She went back to work. That threw me. Okay, so where did you go then? I went. The doorbell rang. We both sighed. Shit, I said. Rachel in the family room nearby shouted, Someone's at the door. I'll get it, Bonnie said, and got up. I heard her open the front door and say with surprise, Oh, hi. Some murmuring, followed by Bonnie saying, Yeah, sure, come on in. Seconds later, she returned to the kitchen with her sister Marta in tow. I stood. Hi, Marta, I said, and felt a worm turning around inside my gut. What had Bonnie said a second ago? She went back to work. This is it. It's over. Richard, she said, nodding. Marta wasn't the cheeriest person in the world, but you could usually find some trace of a smile on her face. But not today. Bonnie said, Can I get you something? A beer? Some coffee? I'm good, Marta said. A beer's tempting, but I'm on duty and all that. She took a good look at me, at the bruise still visible on my right cheek and temple. What happened to you? She asked. Stupid basketball thing, I said. So, you're back on the job? She nodded. What's up? I'm investigating something that happened last night, she said, leading into this slowly. And it may be that I shouldn't even be here asking you anything about it. I should probably recuse myself from this, but then again, there might be a pretty simple explanation, and handing this off to someone else wouldn't even be necessary. I don't understand, Bonnie said to her sister. Marta let out a long breath. I'm investigating a homicide, someone by the name of William Finster. Billy, everyone called him. I could barely hear Bonnie's sharp intake of breath. Surprise, no doubt. I thought it unlikely she'd also been Googling stories about his demise today. I could sense her wanting to look at me, to exchange glances, to try to read into my expression whether this was news to me, but she could not. I could only imagine what she might be thinking, where her mind was going. When we didn't respond, Marta pressed, That name mean anything to either of you? Bonnie and I remained stone-faced. I slowly shook my head, but then said, I think there was a Lodge student by that name a few years ago. Yes, Marta said. He did go to Lodge. And he's dead, I said. Somebody killed him? Marta nodded solemnly. That's right. We're in the early stages of the investigation. But we do have some leads, as it turns out. I hoped Marta did not notice me swallowing. My mouth had turned into the Sahara. I reached back to the table for the glass of water and had some. I'd no sooner done it when I wondered how guilty that made me look. And then I thought of something. Pictures. There were pictures on my phone of Billy Finster's place. Shots I'd taken when I went by there in the afternoon. I should just stick out my wrists and tell Marta to put on the cuffs. What sort of leads? Bonnie asked. I slipped my hand down into the front pocket of my jeans, got my hand on my phone. A car was spotted parked near the Finster property, Marta said. Like maybe someone had been watching the place. Okay, I said as I brought the phone out of my pocket. One of the neighbors thought it looked kind of suspicious, so they made a note of the plate, the make and model of the car. I tried to look down at my phone discreetly. Brought it to life by pressing my thumb to the button at the bottom. Am I boring you? Marta asked. Sorry, I said, glancing up half a second after I opened the Photos app. I muted my phone and thought I felt a text coming in. I quickly glanced down. The most recent photos were those I'd taken of Billy's place. I tapped the garbage can icon. Once, twice, 3 times. Did you? Marta asked. Did I what? I asked, slipping the phone back into my pocket. Get a text? No, sorry, go on, Marta said. So I had them run the plate, and when I got the result back, I had them run it again because it didn't make any sense to me. Should I get ahead of this, I wondered? Admit it was me? But what kind of excuse could I come up with that didn't mention the blackmail scheme? And so here I am, Marta said. The plate's attached to a dark blue 2020 Mitsubishi, just like the one out front in your driveway. Marta looked squarely at her sister and said, That's your car, isn't it, Bonnie?
40. Stuart Betts couldn't stop thinking about the box of chicken wings he'd left behind. That was pretty damn stupid. Not just because it was a terrible thing to waste good food that way. Paulie's made good wings. Stewart had actually considered going back for them, although not so much because he was hungry. He had, to be honest, kind of lost his appetite there for a while. The reason he thought about going back was because the box of wings was a clue. When the police found it sitting on the roof of the Camaro, they'd figure no one leaves food behind unless something happened, something that scared a person shitless. What you'd have then was a potential witness. And then their next stop would be the wing joint, and pretty soon they'd have a description of him, maybe even a description of his pickup truck. At least he'd paid in cash, so they wouldn't have a credit card to track. That was smart. The other thing that gave Stewart hope was that the guy making the wings barely looked at him. He was running the place on his own and didn't even want to make small talk when Stewart said, "Busy night, huh?" So he'd been going to the window of his motel room every few minutes to see whether there were any cop cars in the parking lot. It had been nearly 24 hours, and if they hadn't figured out yet that he'd been there, maybe they were never going to. Of course, it wasn't just cops that had Stewart worried. When there had been a knock at his door early that morning before the sun was even up, he figured it was game over. Wasn't that when police conducted raids? When you were still asleep in your PJs or wearing nothing at all? He'd sat up in bed suddenly, his heart jackhammering in his chest. "Who is it?" he'd shouted. He was expecting to hear, "Open up, it's the police!" But instead it was a woman's voice, whispering loudly, "It's me!" Who the fuck was me? Stewart got out of bed wearing nothing but a pair of boxers and padded over on the threadbare wall-to-wall carpet in his bare feet. He peered through the peephole. The motel manager hadn't been very attentive to the number of lights that had burned out, but there was enough illumination to make out who was out there. Lucy. "Shit," Stewart said under his breath. He unlocked the door, undid the chain, and opened the door 6 inches. "Lucy?" While he was not expecting her, he wasn't surprised she knew where he lived. She'd come by more than once to scoop up Billy when he'd been too drunk to drive himself home. She looked bad. Her eye makeup was smeared under her cheek like she'd been crying or hadn't had any sleep, and she was hunched over like she was trying to make herself invisible. "Let me in," she whispered. Stewart widened the gap, pulled her inside, and quickly closed the door. "He's dead," she said. "Billy's dead." Stewart's jaw dropped. He figured that's what you were supposed to do when you wanted people to think you were shocked by something they said. "What?" he said. "What do you mean Billy's dead? The car finally fall on him?" He wanted to pat himself on the back for that one, coming up with something he knew wasn't true but was entirely plausible. "No," she said, dropping her butt onto the end of the unmade bed. "They killed him. There was blood everywhere." "God, no," he said. He was about to sit beside her, but was starting to feel a little self-conscious about being in nothing but a pair of boxers. He was afraid that if he sat down next to her, put his arm around her shoulders to console her, he might, in spite of everything, get a woody, and that would definitely be wrong in these circumstances. So he grabbed his jeans off the floor and pulled them on as Lucy kept talking. "The dealers," she said. "Those people he's been dealing with. It had to be them." She started to cry. "It's all my fault. All of it. I got him killed." "How? What do you mean?" She shot him a look. "You already know. Billy thought it was you at first, but it was me skimming off the shipment." Jeans now on, it was safe to sit next to her and offer some comfort. He slipped an arm around her shoulder and squeezed. She seemed to resist a bit, but it felt good to him. "Oh, Lucy, I don't know what to say. It was such a dumb thing to do. If I'd ever thought they'd notice, I never would have done it, but they did some kind of count, knew they'd been ripped off. I've been driving around all night. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. And you're the only other one who knew what Billy was involved in, so I came to see you." "Sure, okay." You can always count on good old Stuart, you know that. He gave her a warm smile, then thought about his morning breath, how he should go brush his teeth. You don't know how happy I am you came here, that you trust me, because I want you to know I'm here for you 100%. I can't go to the police. I'd have to tell them what Billy was doing, that I stole some of the stuff and sold it, and those people, they've got to be looking for me. If they kill Billy over what happened, what do you think they'll do to me? Okay, I hear you. We need to think about this. You got any money? She shook her head. I've got like $40 cash. I can't use my cards. They trace ATM withdrawals, right? Yeah, they can do that for sure. Where's your car? Lucy told him she had parked her Kia around the back of the motel, hidden mostly by a dumpster. They might find it, Stuart said. Oh, I can try to get rid of it later. Leave it at the mall or something. What about your phone? I turned it right off, she said. They can trace those too, right? Oh yeah, big time. That was smart. He gave her another smile. You're a smart girl. Stuart suggested she stay there with him until they could come up with a plan. He went out for takeout through the day and brought it back for her. Burgers for lunch, some Chinese food for dinner. I'm gonna need clothes, Lucy said to him after they'd finished off the Chinese. All I have is what's on me. I can't go home for more. The cops or the dealers, they're probably watching the house, waiting for me to turn up. I saw something on the news, Stuart said, waving his phone in the air. They're looking for you. You're like a person of interest. He smiled. You are that. I didn't kill him, she said. How could they think I killed him? You're not listening. That's not what they said. Can you get me some clothes? She asked. I don't know anything about getting women's clothes. I can write it all out for you, the sizes and stuff. You could go to Walmart, get everything there. Okay, you write it out. But we're a little short on cash right now, and I'm kind of maxed out on my cards, but that's all going to change soon. What do you mean? All in good time, sweetheart, he said. He didn't like the look on her face when he called her that. And here he was trying to help her. But before I get into explaining all that, there's something else I gotta do tonight. What? A business thing. Lucy was pacing the room, and given how small it was, she was going back and forth pretty furiously. She happened to glance at one point at something that was poking out from under the corner of one of the takeout boxes. She picked it up. It was a phone, with a photo of a Camaro on the protective case. She looked at Stuart accusingly. This is Billy's phone. Yeah, it is. Why do you have Billy's phone? I grabbed it when I was there, but don't worry, it's turned off too, just like yours. Can't be traced right now. When were you there? Okay, you need to sit down for this. Why do you have his phone? Just sit the fuck down and let me tell you. She sat in one of the chairs at the small dining nook table. So I already knew Billy was dead when you came here. How did you know? Jesus, Stuart, did you? He was already shaking his head. Went to get some food and they must have shown up and done it then because he was dead when I got back. I went to check, to see if there was any chance he was alive, and I felt his phone in his pocket and I took it. Her face said, why? I was formulating a plan. What kind of plan? Something that could help us both out. I know the code to get into his phone. If he got a text or something and the phone was closer to me, he'd ask me to check it. He told me the password, so I can see what his calls are, all his history. Turned it on for a bit, saw your texts to him that you wanted to come home and be forgiven and shit. Guess you guys had a fight? Lucy just looked at him. Anyway, so I got a number for the people he was dealing with. Who killed him. Stuart, why would you want to get in touch with them? He sighed. Go have a look in the shower. She was frozen for a second, then got up out of the chair and went into the bathroom. Stuart waited, heard her slide back the shower curtain. Lucy let out a short scream, then said, Holy mother of fuck! She came out of the bathroom with a carry-on bag in her hand. So you want to get us both killed?
41. Richard. I was trying to put it together. You can do a lot of thinking in a millisecond. Last night at some point before or after I'd been there, Bonnie had also been to Billy Finster's place. And whatever had happened, it had left her rattled, so rattled that when she'd gotten home, she'd downed better than half a bottle of wine in less time than it takes to open a can of Bud Light. She'd been on the verge of telling me what had happened. She hadn't been to see Marta, that much I knew. When she'd left the house, she'd clearly intended to go to the Finster place, and having gone there, had done something that was, in her own words, very dumb. I wish there'd been time for her to spill the rest of it, because then I would have had a better idea what to say to Marta in this moment. I had no idea why Bonnie had gone there, or what had happened in that garage that left her totally freaked out. Marta had a witness that put Bonnie's car at the scene. I couldn't think of any possible excuse Bonnie could provide that would be exculpatory. What could she say other than possibly the truth? But how damning would the truth be to her or to me? I felt the need to protect Bonnie, to cover for her, even though I didn't know what act I might be covering for. My mind was racing, but not quickly enough. I needed another moment to come up with something. Rachel, God bless her, bought me some time. She strolled into the kitchen, and her face went wide with a smile. "Aunt Marta," she said, and threw her arms around her legs. "Hey, kiddo," Marta said, leaning over to return the hug. "Is your head all better?" she asked. That made Marta smile, too. "Yeah, I'm all better in the head." "Are you going to have dinner with us?" "No, honey, I just needed to talk to your mom and dad about something. But it's good to see you, sweetie." Rachel seemed to understand that amounted to a dismissal. She gave Marta another squeeze to the thighs and went back to the family room as a familiar rumble from outside made the wine glasses tinkle in the cupboard. Marta seemed about to ask Bonnie what that was, but I had a statement to make. "It was me," I said. Marta cocked her head to one side. "What's that, Richard?" "I was out last night, took Bonnie's car." I know Bonnie wanted to ask me what the hell I was doing, but there was no way she could, not now. I'd crossed that line, and there was no going back now, and I was already second-guessing myself. What if Marta's witness had seen who was behind the wheel? If she had, Marta would catch me in a lie any second now. "What were you doing in that neighborhood last night?" Marta asked. "Following a car," I said. Marta waited. "I was coming along West Avenue when this asshole in a Corvette cut me off. I try to be cool about these things, but I don't know, it just pissed me off so much that I went after him. We were both heading east, and then he, I'm assuming it was a guy, made a hard right onto Utica and took off like a bat out of hell. I was going after him, but Bonnie's car's not exactly a sports car, and I lost him. I made a turn onto Worcester and pulled over for a second to decompress, you know? Did you catch the license plate on the vet?" "No," I said, "but it was white. An older one from the 70s or 80s, I'd guess." "Why were you driving Bonnie's car instead of your own?" she asked. "Come on, sis, he answered your question," Bonnie said. "No, it's okay," I said. "We switched cars lots of times, and I couldn't find my keys right away and saw Bonnie, so I grabbed them instead. It didn't really matter which car I took." "What were you doing going out at that hour?" Marta asked. "And in that part of town, it's nowhere near here." I sighed and looked downward. I didn't really want to get into this, but Bonnie touched my arm. "You don't have to." "Might as well tell her," I said. A dramatic pause. "We'd had a fight." "A fight?" Marta asked. "About the boat." Another cock of the head. "Go on." "So you know about the LeDrews suing me. As frivolous as the suit might seem, you have to take these things seriously. And I hadn't had it confirmed until today that the union would cover any legal costs." I had to hope Marta wouldn't follow up on this, wouldn't learn that I'd been given this news yesterday. "So I was going to sell the boat to our neighbor." "Jack," Bonnie said, helping out. Right, Jack. He wanted to buy it, and we'd agreed on $10,000, but before we could make the deal final, Bonnie went behind my back and canceled it." "I didn't think it was right or fair," Bonnie said. "And we all love the boat, but I shouldn't have canceled the arrangement they had, not without talking to Richard about it first." Go ahead and let Marta check that part of the story, I thought. Jack would confirm it. "Anyway, I said a few things I shouldn't have. I know you understand better than most what I've been going through, the trauma, the after effects of what happened to me at the school. So I just walked out, went for a drive. I wandered all over Milford, and I don't even know if I realized where I was when that jerk cut me off. I was already so tense about everything that had happened. I snapped. I went after the car. It's a good thing I couldn't catch him. Not for his sake, but for mine. He'd probably have beat the crap out of me, or worse, shot me. You know how those road rage things can spiral out of control? So I guess I pulled over, calmed down, and then I came home. And pulled over by the Finster house, Marta said. I guess, I said. I had no idea whose house it was. Did you get out of the car? She asked. I had a feeling this was a trick question. Had the witness seen anyone in the car or not? But Marta had only said that Bonnie's car had been spotted, nothing about anyone being behind the wheel. Yes, I said. At one point, just to kind of walk things off. You see a guy walking his dog? No, I said. Is that who saw the car? Marta nodded. Thought it seemed odd, the car sitting there, made a note of the plate, and some lady next door saw a man watching the house earlier in the day. I felt my chest tighten. But she didn't note the plate, wasn't good at identifying cars, and has cataracts, so she wasn't much help. I relaxed only slightly. There was still the matter of Finster's call to me. If Marta knew about that, all these other lies would be for nothing. I glanced at the wall clock. Have to be somewhere? Marta asked. An event at the school later. It's okay, go on. When you stopped, did you see anything? Marta asked. Like any other cars speeding off? Did you hear a shot? People running? Anything at all out of the ordinary? I shook my head. No. Another pause, and then a quick nod. Okay then, Marta said. I guess that explains it. When the report came back on that license plate, I have to tell you, it threw me for a loop. It's a hell of a coincidence. Coincidences happen, I said. I guess they do. Sorry for barging in here and causing you all this trouble. You mind saying goodbye to Rachel for me? No problem, Bonnie said. Let me see you out. Take care, I said, and watched as the two of them walked out of the kitchen. I dropped into a chair. I'd broken out in a cold sweat. Had Marta bought it? And if she had, for how long? A minute later, Bonnie came back into the kitchen, crossed her arms, leaned into the doorway, and looked at me. Why did you do that? She asked. I had a question for her. What were you doing at Billy Finster's place?
42. Bullshit, Marta thought. She'd been at this long enough to know when people were lying to her. What made this worse and far more complicated was that this was her sister and brother-in-law trying to put something over on her. Okay, maybe there was some kernel of truth somewhere in what they'd told her, but something was off with those two. The way they were trying to send subtle signals to one another, trying to get their stories straight without a word between them. Richard going onto his phone and deleting something, thinking she wouldn't notice. She wanted to believe them. She didn't want to think her sister and her brother-in-law could, in any way, be involved in the death of Billy Finster. What possible connection could there be between them and the dead man beyond the fact that he was once a student at the school where Richard taught? And yes, coincidences did happen. He and Bonnie could have had an argument. He could have gone off in her car. He could have been cut off by a dickhead in a Corvette and pulled over to the side of the road to cool off not far from where a homicide had been committed. But it still sounded like bullshit to her. The right thing to do, the professional thing to do, would be to withdraw from this investigation. Talk to her superiors, tell them that her sister and her husband might have some tangential connection to this case, that maybe they were witnesses who were, for whatever reason, reluctant to come forward, and to ensure everything was above board, another detective could take over. That was certainly what she should do. But Marta wasn't prepared to do that. Not yet, anyway. Just suppose Marta's instincts were wrong, that her sister and brother-in-law were being straight with her. Imagine the fallout if Marta turned the case over to a colleague who turned their lives upside down. Good luck at the next Thanksgiving dinner. Shit. Heading for her car, she stopped halfway down the driveway and decided part of the story she'd been told could be verified right now. She went to the neighbor's house and rang the bell. She had met Jack and his wife Jill a few times. They'd all been invited to a barbecue for Bonnie's birthday one time. Jack had asked her a few questions about her work, and Jill had seemed nice enough. It was Jill who answered the door. It took her a second to place Marta, but once she recognized her, she smiled and invited her in. "That's okay," Marta said. "Sorry to bother you, but..." Jack appeared. "Hey," he said amiably. "Detective Harper, how are you today?" She smiled. "Marta." He smiled. "Nice to see you, Marta." "What's up?" Jill asked. "I wondered if I could ask a favor of you." "Sure, yes, how can we help?" Jack asked. "You know, of course, the kind of stress Richard and Bonnie have been under lately, the pressures they've been dealing with." "No kidding," Jack said. "A terrible thing. But Richard really saved the day." "He did," Marta said, and thought, yes, he did. Which didn't make her feel any better about checking to see whether he had lied to her. "But not everyone sees it that way. You probably heard about the lawsuit." "Ridiculous," Jill said. "There's always people out there who can find a way of turning a positive into a negative." "There's so many nuts," Jill said, nodding agreeably. "So all I wanted to ask is, if you should see anything suspicious, anyone driving by too often, something that doesn't look right, don't be afraid to get in touch." As she was saying this, she was taking a card from her pocket and handing it to Jack. "That number, the second one, you can always reach me at that." "Absolutely," Jack said, tucking the card into his shirt pocket. "Of course," Jill said. "That was really all I wanted to say. And to say hello." She smiled at both of them, then focused on Jack. "Did I hear right that you're buying Jack's boat?" Jack grimaced. "Oh, well, that kind of didn't happen." "Oh," she said, feigning surprise. "Richard sold it to someone else?" He looked uncomfortable. "I think there were some crossed signals. Richard offered to sell it to me. I said yes, and then Bonnie explained that the deal was off." He paused, then added, "She said Richard had made some impulsive decisions since what happened at the school, that he hadn't been thinking everything through. So that was okay by me. I didn't want to get into the middle of anything." Marta nodded. "That's too bad," she said. "But maybe it's for the best. They get a lot of use out of that boat in the summer. Listen, you folks have a pleasant evening." Goodbyes were said, and the door was about to be closed. Then Jill said, "There was something." Marta stopped, turned around. "Something?" "The other day, I think it was Friday, although I could be wrong about that." "What happened on Friday?" "I was looking outside from the living room window, watching for Jack to get home, and saw this man talking to Richard. I didn't really think about it at the time, but now that you say there might be people wanting to give him a hard time, well, that brought back the memory." "What did you see?" "He'd parked a pickup or something just down the street, and when Richard got home, he came over and talked to him, kind of pointing his finger at him a couple of times, and it didn't look like a very friendly conversation." "What did this man look like? White, black, age?" Jill tried to think back.
"He was white, and in his 20s, I guess. A little overweight, dark hair. I wasn't close enough to get a very good look at him."
A vague description, Marta thought, that could fit any number of young men, including Billy Finster.
"How long did they talk for?" 5 minutes. I had to go answer the phone at one point, and when I came back, the man had driven off and Richard had gone inside." "What about the truck? Did you get a look at that, a license plate number, maybe?" "It was a pickup truck, white, with some rust on it. It never would have occurred to me to write down the plate number." "Of course, why would it?"
Marta smiled.
"Thanks very much, and you have a nice evening."
She went to her car, got settled in behind the wheel, and thought about how to proceed. After hearing about the boat transaction with Jack, Marta was ready to think she'd overreacted, that her sister and brother-in-law had leveled with her. But that follow-up story changed things. Something was going on that Bonnie and Richard were not prepared to discuss with her. She needed to talk to her sister again. Alone. 43. Andrea and Gerhard opted to keep a low profile after their run-in with the cop. No more hospital visits for now. And just when they were so close to finding Billy Finster's wife. Andrea had wanted to ditch the Audi. What if the cop had spotted the license plate? Failing that, what if she checked CCTV footage from along that route and got it that way? Gerhard didn't want to ditch his car. And besides, he reminded her, the car already had stolen plates on it. Anyone who ran a check would be led to some guy in New Haven with a 2018 Malibu. He'd swipe another set of plates, slap them on. Which was what he did, unscrewing the plates off a blue Golf GTI and bolting them onto the Audi. Anyway, he said, there's only about 1,000 black Audis in this part of Connecticut. He shot her a look. But just one with a cigarette burn in the hood. You should have run her down, Andrea said. If it had been me driving, that's what I'd have done. Then we would have had to ditch the car, her brains all over the windshield. Andrea, sitting in the passenger seat, shrugged. Good thing I had her shoes. Speedy. It was about the only positive spin she could put on the situation. Tracking down Billy's wife, Lucy, was now much more difficult. Not only were the cops looking for her, that detective knew they were looking for her. But they needed to find her. It made sense that she was the one who'd helped herself to the carry-on bag. This was no longer a case of someone skimming a little off the top. This was the entire weekly shipment. It was their asses on the line here. If they didn't recover that case, there was going to be a little delegation flying up from south of the border to have a word, followed perhaps by a bullet to the head. Gerhard turned the car into a strip mall parking lot, killed the engine, turned to look at Andrea. Let me run something by you, he said. Andrea waited. You got anything put aside? If you do, you might want to consider your options. I have some stashed away. We don't find that case in the next 24 hours, it's gonna get ugly. I know a guy can fix us up with new IDs, shit like that, passports, whatever. I'm thinking Germany. I got people there. You go where you got people, they'll find you, she said. I could regroup when I got there, go someplace else. Don't worry about me, Andrea said. You need a plan. Maybe I have one. What makes you think I'm dumb enough to share it with you? Gerhard made a clicking noise with his tongue. Fine. I don't need your protection. Fine, okay, forget I mentioned it. Maybe I'll just tell them it was you took the shit. She smiled slyly. You got a fucked up idea of what's funny. You think I'm being funny? Maybe a better idea would be for you to put on your big boy pants and find that fucking bag. And what would you suggest we... Gerhard's phone rang. He got it out of his pocket and raised his eyebrows when he saw the name on the screen. Billy. He turned the phone so Andrea could see it before she even asked. Don't answer it, she said. Gotta. Could be the cops. They'd have his phone. They're going through the numbers. Gerhard's cell continued to ring. If it is, they've already got my fucking number because they're calling it. What if it's the wife? What if she took his phone? Andrea let that sink in. She wants to make a deal. She wants to sell it back to us. Answer the fucking thing. Gerhard tapped the screen, put it on speaker. Yeah? Hey, said a male voice on the other end. This who I think it is? Gerhard and Andrea exchanged glances. Definitely not the wife. I don't know, said Gerhard. Who the fuck do you think it is? You're one of the ones Billy dealt with, that he held the stuff for. Who is this? Not important. What's important is what I can do for you. And what would that be? I'm guessing you're missing something. What about it? Wondered if you'd like it back. How would we go about making that happen? We set something up, the man at the other end said. A handoff. That would be greatly appreciated.
I'm guessing what's in it is worth a lot of money.
Andrea made a face like she'd been waiting for this. What are you proposing? Gerhard asked.
I'll sell it back to you. Gotta be worth what? $1 million? $2 million?
I'm afraid that's a little out of our price range.
I'm not looking for that, just like a finder's fee.
I see. What were you thinking?
100?
Gerhard looked ready to laugh, but Andrea raised a cautious finger. For the first time, she spoke.
We can offer you 50. Who's this?
Andrea ignored the question.
50. You've got 5 seconds to decide. 1, 2... Okay, the caller said. 50.
Andrea said,
Done.
Gerhard gave her a look as if to say, Are you kidding me?
I'll get back to you on when and where,
the caller said. And then he was gone. Gerhard said, You got 50 grand up your ass?
I don't have 50 fucking cents, she said.
She'd already figured out how this would have to be handled. They'd get the bag back from this guy and kill him. But what was really on her mind was Gerhard's backup plan. That the two of them would run off together to Germany and start new lives. That was never going to happen.
44. Richard. I went there, Bonnie said. To Billy Finster's, I said. Bonnie nodded. It was stupid, I know. I was so angry, so enraged by this shit he was pulling, what he was doing to you after you'd already been through so much. You didn't deserve that, so I went there to confront him. She sighed. Even while you were telling me what happened, I knew I was going to do it. Threaten him, tell him who my sister was, that if he didn't stop this, I'd see that he got arrested. We were sitting in the kitchen. Marta had left about 10 minutes earlier. In another 90 minutes, I was supposed to be at my school to talk to parents about the books I had assigned their kids to read. I said, Let me guess what happened. When you got there, he was dead. Bonnie slowly shook her head no. I went to the house and no one answered. I saw a light in the garage and went out there. That's where I found him. She took a breath. He was alone. I told him who I was, that I was your wife, that I knew what he was doing, and it had to stop. He pretended to have no idea what I was talking about. He denied it? She nodded. He told me to get out, but I wasn't having it. I guess I raised my voice, kind of lost it, told him you were a good man, and would have never have done what he was accusing you of. And he said something like, I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. And that's when he started waving a gun around. I shuddered. Jesus. He pointed it at me, and Bonnie's hands were starting to shake. And I wondered at that moment whether he was going to kill me. I'd never in my life had anyone point a gun at me, and it changes you, you know? Like facing down someone with a bomb, I thought. And I thought about you and Rachel and what a huge mistake it had been to go there. So I said I was leaving. And the second I was out of that garage, I ran back to my car, didn't look back. Was scared that he might be chasing me, that he'd take a shot before I could get out of there. I put my hands over hers to calm them. But you're okay, nothing happened. Or hadn't happened yet, because at some point, things came to an end for Billy. She nodded and wiped a tear from her cheek. I guess for a moment I was thinking I was back learning how to be a cop before I decided to do something different, thinking I could handle this. What I should have done, what we should have done from the beginning was bring Marta into it, tell her everything. I've been thinking all day that when I got home, I'd talk to you about it, insist we call her because this wasn't something we could handle. But then she shows up here and says he's dead. I had no idea. Somebody killed him, and my car was spotted, and even then I thought I could find a way to explain it. But then you jumped in and covered for you. Why? Why would you? Bonnie cut herself off. She was trying to put it together. Because you thought maybe I'd done it? I never seriously considered that as a possibility. Not seriously, she repeated. But you hadn't ruled it out. Oh my God, Richard. I didn't think it was good for anyone to think you might have been anywhere near Billy Finster's place. So you came up with that story because you knew he was dead. You knew he was dead before Marta came here. I did. The kitchen suddenly seemed very quiet. The only sound was the faint noise of Rachel's movie. How would you have known he was dead? She asked tentatively. I was there last night too, I said. Clearly after you were. I wanted to confront him, get real evidence he was lying in case he went public. So I asked Mrs. Tibaldi to look after Rachel. I was thinking I shouldn't face him alone, so I dropped by Trent's place to see whether I could talk to him into going with me. But he was out. By then I was hyped up. Had to see it through. I had this idea I could record him on my phone, get him to admit there was nothing to his accusations, that he just wanted money. So I went there. You shouldn't have. Look who's talking. Richard, tell me you didn't. Let me finish, I said. I get there, but then this other car came along. A man and a woman get out, go to the house first, and then the garage, and I hear shouting and all this banging about. And then these two came back out, went into the house, and I could kind of make out through the blinds and curtains that they were tearing the place apart. Finally, they left. Bonnie waited. So that's when I went to the garage and found him. Face down, not moving. There was blood all over the place, and I didn't have to feel for a pulse to know he was dead. I hadn't touched a thing except the door handle, and I wiped that down and I threw out the shoes I was wearing because I was worried I might have left footprints in the garage. They killed him, she said. Did you hear a shot or anything? I shook my head. There'd been so much banging around I thought maybe they'd beat him to death. The story online said he'd been shot, so maybe they used a silencer or something. Who could they have been? Bonnie asked. Why would they kill him? I shrugged. I don't know. But they were looking for something, that's for sure. Bonnie put her head in her hands for a moment. We have to tell Marta. If we do, I said, and she doesn't believe me, I put myself at the scene. I had a motive. I was there. Yeah, but there's those two that came to the house. There's just my word that happened. I could be making that part up for all she knows. Oh, come on, she knows you. She knows you wouldn't do anything like that. I was not convinced. Does she? Who knows what someone in my situation might do, accused of something like that? Bonnie was thinking. Do you think it happened at all? Do you think someone from your school did abuse him? I mean, why come up with something like that if there's absolutely no basis for it? I think someone did do it to him. Someone from the school. But how does that become a case of mistaken identity? Someone messes with you, forces you to do things to them? How do you not remember who that was? None of this makes any sense, Bonnie said. No shit. I glanced at the digital display on the microwave. Noticed the time. You won't believe this, but I have to go to this thing at the school. I quickly filled her in. She shook her head in exasperation. Cancel. If I don't go and Marta finds out, it would look like her visit freaked me out. I have to see these parents. I don't know how much more the two of us can take. We got it from the table and held each other. I know, I said. What now? Bonnie asked. I don't know. What with that man being killed, whether our problems are over or just beginning. I was at the school 45 minutes later, a good 15 minutes before the meeting was supposed to start. Trent had arranged for it to be held in the library. Not only was that a good place to set up chairs, but we'd be surrounded by books. Seemed appropriate. I was out of the car and heading into the school when I heard a woman call out my name. She was getting out of a blue SUV parked over on the far side of the lot. She looked familiar to me, but I couldn't quite place her. I stopped and waited for her to close the distance between us. I assumed she was part of the delegation tonight and wanted a few words with me ahead of time. Mr. Boyle, she said once she had reached me. She was in her early 50s, thin and wan-looking, in a shapeless pale green dress that hung on her like it was still on the hanger. Yes? I'm Fiona LeDrew. Now I knew where I'd seen her. On the news. Christ. It wasn't enough the LeDrews were suing me. They didn't like the books on my curriculum either. I came by late this afternoon and you'd already left, but they said you'd be at some meeting tonight, and I wanted to catch you before it started. She extended a hand hesitantly, unsure I would take it. I did. Ms. LeDrew, I wasn't sure what to say. I don't believe we've ever spoken, certainly not recently. No, I don't think we've met. Not even when Mark attended here. I'm very sorry for your loss. She nodded. I'm going to make my husband drop the lawsuit. I let that sink in a moment. Jumping up and down didn't seem right in the circumstances, but it was nice to have some tidbit of good news. I see, I said. It's the only way he knows how to deal with the situation, she said. To lash out at everybody else like we didn't have anything to do with it. And I think he's trying to make up for things even if it's too late. She took a breath. He's a cold man, my husband, she said. I love him, and I know he loves me, and that he loved Mark, but he wasn't very good at showing it. After Mark died, Angus, he's been doing a lot of soul-searching, but not enough that he hasn't wanted to shift the blame to others. Good people like you. I said nothing. We shouldn't be going after you. It's wrong. We should be thanking you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive. I didn't know what else to say, but of course. I can't imagine what might have happened if you hadn't talked to Mark. He was a very, very unhappy young man, an angry young man. He was blaming so many others for how his life had turned out. But we have to be responsible for our actions, don't we? No matter what has happened to us? I nodded. Nothing would justify coming here and doing what we all know he planned to do, but he was hurting. Someone hurt him here. Hurt him how? I asked. Fiona pressed her lips together hard and looked away briefly. There were things he never told my husband, things he only told me that he made me swear never to tell his father. He was too ashamed. What kinds of things? I asked. She looked like she was about to tell me, stopped herself, and then tried again. Abusive things, she said finally. She reached out and touched my arm. And I know it couldn't have been you. If it had been, he'd have taken you with him when that bomb went off. Are we talking some kind of sexual abuse? I asked. She nodded. Mark said it made him doubt who he was. He felt like he went along with it to get things in return. Did he say what? No. Miss LeDrew, did your son say who did this to him? Was there a name? She shook her head. I tried to get him to tell me. He only talked to me about this a couple of times, and when I tried to bring it up later, he shut me down. A thought occurred to me. Did your son wrestle? Was he on the team? No. I mean, he might have done wrestling in his gym class, but he wasn't on a team. What about Herb Willow? Mark mentioned his name when we talked. Mark hated him for sure, but not because of, Mr. Willow just put him down all the time, made him stop believing in himself. And that's pretty bad too, crushing a young man's spirit. Was there anyone you suspected? No. The closest Mark ever came to telling me was that he called him the lawnmower man. He would never give me a name. There'd be too much trouble, he said.
45. When Stewart finished making his call on Billy's phone, he was close to giddy. "This is great," he said to Lucy, who was sitting on the end of the motel room bed. 50 grand! 50 grand they're going to give me for it. He was shaking his head with wonder. I started higher, and we bargained a little. And I'd have settled for 20, but 50, that's fantastic. You're crazy, Lucy said. No, this is brilliant, Stewart said. He suddenly became serious, pulled over a chair to the foot of the bed, turned it around, and sat on it backward, facing Lucy. I need to talk to you about something. She waited. I know you've always kind of thought of me as an asshole. I never said that. It's okay, I get it. You don't have to admit anything. But there's more to me than what you seem. I've got dreams too, all sorts of potential. Billy didn't see it and you didn't see it, but it's there. I can do big things. And what's happening now, this is my big chance to get started. To show everybody that Stewart Betts isn't some dipshit do-nothing. Hear what I'm saying? I guess, Lucy whispered. You and I have something in common. Guess what it is? I can't. We were both treated like shit by Billy. He ever share any of his riches with you? He didn't need an answer. He could read her face. Exactly. Kept it all to himself, spent it all on his stupid fucking car. Same with me, and I was his friend. He was selfish. It was all about him. You get what I'm saying? I suppose, Lucy said. But I'm not like that. When I give them the goods and get my money, I'm sharing it. I'm sharing it with you, Lucy. I don't want any of that money. No, listen. He took a deep breath, getting ready to bare his soul. Checked his watch, then said, The thing is, Lucy, I've always really liked you. The look on her face did not suggest this was welcome news. Don't freak out. I'm not going to get all stalker-like on you. I'm just saying I always liked you and admired you. The kind of work you do, helping people in the hospital, and I work in a cafeteria. I make Jell-O. Yeah, but that's helping people have to eat, right? And I always admired how you stood by Billy, even when he was treating you like shit. That says something about your character. Now that he's gone, you need someone to look after you. Look after me? He nodded. I mean, why are you here? Why were you wandering around all night? Because you were scared, right? You're scared of the cops. You're scared of those people who killed Billy. But you can't go to the police because you were selling stuff from the shipment. You knew what Billy was up to. That would kind of make you an accomplice, right? I'm no accomplice. Well, I guess that would be for a lawyer to argue, and my law degree is still in the mail, but you're kind of in limbo, right? She listened. So you'll have to go on the run, at least for a while, till things cool down. And that's not easy, because you've got no money, and you can't go to an ATM or use your visa. But see, that's where I'm going to help you out. When I get that 50 grand from those assholes, we're golden. That money, that's for both of us, you understand? I'm not going to pull a Billy on you and keep it all to myself. I'm going to share it with you, and when we get it, we're going to get out of town and hide out someplace nice. You with me? Lucy hadn't said anything for a long time. Finally, she said, You're totally batshit. No, I've got it all worked out. He looked at his watch again. They'll kill you, just like they killed Billy. He shook his head vigorously and smiled. I got a plan for that. He went over to the motel desk, opened the drawer, and brought out a gun. Oh, Jesus, Lucy said. When she was over the initial shock, she said, Is that Billy's? Stewart nodded. It was on the floor. I grabbed it. He smiled. Pretty smart, huh? What if that's the gun they killed him with? And the cops find you with it? How do you think that's going to go? Stewart's smile vanished. I hadn't thought... No, it doesn't matter, because once we have the money and we're out of here, I'll get rid of it. Won't need it anymore. I just need it for when we do the swap. Need this to make sure nothing goes wrong. They'll shoot you the second they see you, she said. That's where you're wrong. I'm not going to be the one doing the handover. Lucy's eyes narrowed. No way, she said. I'm not going face to face with the fuckers who killed Billy. Don't worry, Stewart said, looking at his watch yet again. It's not going to be like that. You don't have to do anything but stay here and hold down the fort and wait for me to come back. When I do, everything's going to be okay. I don't want any part of this. Stewart couldn't hide the hurt on his face. Okay, he said, a sudden brusqueness in his voice. He set the gun on top of the desk. There's the door. What? Just go. You don't want my help? You don't want to be a part of this? Then go. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'll keep the 50 grand all to myself. Just keep your eye out, that's all. The police are looking for you. And those drug dealers are looking for you, but sure, handle it on your own. Lucy looked at the door. Back to Stewart. And back to the door. You decide, he said, and tapped his watch. I gotta go see somebody.
46. Richard. Trent was waiting for me when I walked into the school. Hey, he said, greeting me with a handshake. Was thinking you could use some moral support. That was true, and probably not a bad idea given that I was going into this meeting more than a little distracted. I told him about running into Fiona LeDrew, finding out that she was going to get her husband to drop the lawsuit. Trent beamed. Excellent, he said. I wasn't smiling. But we got talking about Mark and how messed up he was. A few parents were entering the school, finding their way to the library. I lowered my voice to a whisper. What do you know about Ronnie Grant? That he didn't fix the latch on that door, which is why he lost his job. I'm not talking about that. This whole blackmail thing, I don't think it comes out of nothing. I think there was someone abusing students, and I'm wondering whether it was Ronnie. Why Ronnie? It goes back to something Mark said, and now something his mother told me. This lawnmower man thing. Trent slowly shook his head. Ronnie had his problems. He's borderline alcoholic, but an abuser? I never got a hint of that. I mean, he liked the kids, yeah, but we all like the kids. Why else would we work here? Herb doesn't like the kids. Don't get me started on him. He's here, by the way. I saw him come in about 5 minutes ago. I think he stirred the pot on this, I said. Fuck Herb, Trent said. He took a long look at me. Don't take this the wrong way, but you look like shit. I had no reason to doubt him. Marta's visit, Bonnie's revelations, it had left me frazzled. And the right side of my face was still swollen, bandages still on my neck and forehead. I gotta go do this thing, I said. There were 2 doors to the library, a main one and a secondary entrance that was by the librarian's office. I used that one to enter unnoticed while the parents started filing in through the main entrance. Chairs had been set out by whatever caretaker Trent had brought in to take over from Ronnie. I found a library cart, the kind that gets loaded up with books when they're being reshelved, and wheeled it down the fiction aisle. I started loading it up with hardcovers and paperbacks. Star Trek novelizations and Stephen King tales of horror, the Twilight series and Harry Potter, the Hunger Games and all of Tolkien, the Anne of Green Gables books and the His Dark Material series by Philip Pullman, Judy Blume and the Maze Runner books, Toni Morrison and Margaret Atwood, classics the parents would know like To Kill a Mockingbird, Lord of the Flies, Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, The Call of the Wild, and one of my own personal favorites, The Princess Bride by William Goldwyn. I stacked the cart with these books and others. Our librarian, who was not here this evening, would have a fit when he found out what I'd done, or was planning to do. I could hear murmurings at the other end of the room, people taking their seats. Trent found me loading the cart. They're here, he said. 15, maybe 20, tops. Not exactly the biggest mob in the world. He paused. And Herb. Okay, I said. Why don't I say a few words, and then this group's spokesperson will do some kind of opening statement. Sounded like a plan. He worked his way to the other end of the room, and I followed, pushing the cart ahead of me. Fewer than half of the chairs that had been set out were filled, and Trent was right in his estimate. I did a quick count and came up with 16, 11 women and 5 men. But to get 16 parents out to an event was still something of an achievement when everyone's lives were so busy, so I wasn't about to discount it. At the back of the room, seated alone, was Herb. I stood behind and to the side as Trent introduced himself to the room. Thanks for coming, he said. It's always gratifying to me, and I know I'm speaking for Mr. Boyle here too, when parents take a keen interest in what their children are studying. So, we appreciate you taking the time to be here this evening to talk about this important issue. What I'm going to do is turn the meeting over to Mrs. Kanan, who's going to explain why she asked for this opportunity to have some matters clarified, and then I'll invite Mr. Boyle here to say a few words and take your questions. No wonder Trent had worked his way up the administrative ladder. What a politician. Not once did he use words like concern or complaint or censorship or ban. Trent, who was going to head back to the office, whispered to me as he slipped away, "Let me know how it goes, and text me if they look like they're getting ready to string you up." Wasn't it nice that one of us still had a sense of humor? Violet Kanan stood up from her chair but did not come to the front of the room. I recognized her, of course, as Andrew's mother, who had for several years schooled him at home. And as I probably already pointed out, did a pretty good job of it, at least where math and writing skills were concerned. She always attended parent-teacher events and gave me a quick smile before speaking. "Hi," she said. "Forgive me if I seem a bit nervous. I'm not much of a public speaker." She forced a laugh. "I want to say from the outset how grateful we all are for Mr. Boyle's recent actions, and know that any of the issues we bring up tonight aren't in any way meant to be critical of you." I nodded. "But tonight we're here to get some insight, we hope, into how you go about choosing what books our children will read, and whether they are really the best of the best, and just how appropriate they are. And it's not about just the one book, this road thing, but other books too. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I didn't write anything down." Violet looked at me, sat down, and I took that as my cue. I took a step forward, hands in my pockets, trying to adopt a casual air, and said, "Thanks very much. I'm glad to have the chance to talk about—" One of the men blurted, "Why would you be teaching books celebrating cannibalism? What on earth is the point of that?" I guess we weren't going to waste any time getting into it. "Okay," I said calmly. "Let's start there. I'm sure many of you at some point may have read your children the story Hansel and Gretel, or had it read to you as a child, and will recall that it's about a witch who's trying to fatten up a couple of children on sweets before she cooks them and eats them, and that the children escape after pushing her into the oven and killing her. If I were teaching fourth grade, say, instead of high school English, and you learned the children had read Hansel and Gretel, I doubt many of you would have been in touch. Cannibalism and murder are themes in Hansel and Gretel, just as they are in the novel The Road, which admittedly is a much darker and more realistic tale, but in neither case are they things to be celebrated, although I don't think we mind when the witch gets hers. Hoped for a laugh there and didn't get it. Most novels, most good novels, involve conflict and what human beings do to resolve it. The Road is a story about survival in the wake of a global catastrophe, and for kids who have grown up on stuff like The Walking Dead and 28 Days Later, it's a way to engage them, to get them past the gore and the sensationalism and guide them toward a discussion of complicated moral issues. Violet said, "But this kind of material can be upsetting to some, like my Andrew." I nodded. "It's true. And if your son is troubled to the point that he does not want to continue reading the book or participate in discussions about it, then I would find him an alternate. I think if you were to ask him, he'd want to continue. Andrew has some pretty interesting insights into things that I'd be sorry if the rest of the class missed, but, and this is a question for all of you, don't you think I would be doing your children a disservice if I made every effort to protect them from things that might challenge or upset them? I could cocoon them, avoid anything that might spark debate, that would raise questions of right and wrong. Of course, that would mean not reading any works of fiction at all, because that's what we hope good fiction will do. Get the kids talking, thinking. Good fiction provokes and bridges gaps, can bring people together by exposing them to all sides of an issue." I stopped. I wasn't foolish enough to think my little speech would win them all over, but at least a few of them appeared to be considering what I'd had to say. I decided to go on and wheeled out the cartload of books. Here's a sampling of reading material from my library. We have a wide variety of things for kids to read here. Classics, more modern stuff, everything from Huck Finn to vampires. I'm inviting you to take 2 or 3 books with you when you leave here tonight. Read them, make notes about what you liked about the book, what troubled you about it, whether you think it's right for your child. And if it's a book you do like, that you think your child would get something out of, how would you feel if another parent decided your child shouldn't be allowed to read it? And then one of the men had his hand up but didn't wait to be called on. "Hang on, you want us to read these books?" The best way to understand what the kids are studying, not just in my class or any other teacher's class, but on their own, is to have a read of it yourselves. It might change your opinion. And then again, it might reinforce the opinion you already hold. But once you've read some of these— "I don't have time for that," said the same guy. "I do," said one of the women. I smiled. "Some of you may have noticed Mr. Willow sitting at the back of the room this evening." A few heads turned around as Herb sat up a little straighter in his chair. "I want to thank him for coming tonight and showing an interest in this subject, and I'm delighted that he has volunteered to be part of all this. When you've read your books and written your assessment of it, Mr. Willow will be happy to look at what you've done and put together a report." Herb's face flushed. "Fuck you, Herb." "But there's one other point I would like to make," I said, "and what I don't want is to come across like I'm lecturing any of you. I know your concerns are sincere. You care about what happens here in this building. So do I." I paused. Mrs. Kanan started off by mentioning what happened here last week, and thank you for your kind words. I was looking right at her. I see the world a little differently now than I did just 10 days ago. A young man came into this school intending to do harm. Your kids were here for that. You received frantic phone calls while they were in lockdown. You raced to the school. It's something you and your kids will never forget. The longest couple of hours of your lives. What made this person want to hurt us? What's happening to our young people? I waved my hand toward the cart full of books. Maybe the answers are here, somewhere in these thousands of pages. The inspirations and motivations for these works are varied. Some writers set out to simply entertain, and that's great. Others seek to understand who we are, to promote understanding, to bring people together. I don't believe keeping our kids from reading them will make them safer. I believe shielding them from ideas will make them less tolerant, less understanding, less willing to engage, and that ultimately will make them less safe. Violet Kanan slowly stood. I don't think you understand, she said. I know what you're probably thinking, that we're a bunch of ignorant book banners that... I didn't say that. I didn't accuse... Please allow me to finish, she said quietly. I don't need reminding about how terrified we all were that day. We all remember it very well. I could have lost my son that day. Any one of us here could have lost a child when that man came here with a bomb. We see the news, the shootings. We see what's happening at one school after another, at malls and churches. We know our kids are exposed to drugs and awful things online and under all kinds of pressure from their friends. And here's the thing. We don't know what to do about it. I listened. We feel helpless and scared and overwhelmed. And then one day our kids are assigned a book to read, a book with all sorts of ugliness in it. It may be a wonderful book, and maybe you should keep teaching it. I don't even know anymore. But we think we can't control any of these threats our children face. But maybe we can fool ourselves into thinking we're making a difference in one small area if we ask, will this book make our kids' lives better? Her eyes were wet. I guess that's all I have to say. She forced herself to smile and said, Andrew's liking Hoot, so I thank you for that. She sat down. The room was quiet for a moment. I nodded slowly, looked at Violet Kanan and said, I hear you, believe me, I do. This right here, these are the kinds of discussions I want to have not just with parents, but with my students, so we can come to a better understanding of how we feel. I think we all really want the same... I stopped. Someone new had entered the room, a latecomer, and I suddenly felt lightheaded. Billy Finster had arrived.
47. Back in her teens, Bonnie smoked. Not for all that long, couple of years when she was in high school. Gave up cigarettes when she went on to college. Mostly she couldn't afford them and only smoked when she could bum one off a friend. But she remembered the pleasures of drawing smoke into her lungs and blowing it out slowly, how soothing it was. She used to hide them in the garage when she still lived with her parents. God, how she wished she had a pack stashed away someplace in the house right now. Richard should have bailed on that school meeting tonight. They needed to talk more, figure out what their next steps could be. There had to be something that would allow them to put all this behind them. Bonnie stood there in the kitchen a moment longer, imagining a camel between her index and middle fingers. Enough of this. Rachel, she called out. Yes, she shouted back from the family room. Bed! But it's only... Bed! Bonnie could hear her daughter scrambling up the stairs. Bonnie would go up in a few minutes, make sure she was actually getting ready, brushing her teeth, putting on her pajamas. The doorbell rang. God, what fresh hell is this? Bonnie asked of no one in particular. She went to the front door and found her sister Marta standing there. You're back. I'm back, Marta said, stepping in without being invited. Bonnie stepped out of the way and closed the door once her sister was inside. Richard off to his school thing? Yes. Where's Rach? Marta asked. Bonnie pointed to the ceiling. Getting ready for bed?
Let's go to the kitchen.
Where, it occurred to Bonnie, all important discussions are held. She didn't feel good about where this one might be going.
Can you make us some coffee?
Marta asked when they got there.
Decaf, if you prefer, given it's kind of late in the day, but I'm good with either.
Bonnie decided to make the real stuff. She wasn't going to get any sleep tonight anyway. Marta made a show of unclipping her badge from her belt and setting it on the counter.
Don't let me forget that. I don't understand,
Bonnie said.
Right now, I'm not a cop. I'm just your sister, and it's just us. I'm going to do something right now that could very likely get me fired because I should really turn this over to someone else, shouldn't even be talking to you at all right now, but I don't care because I love you and fuck it.
Bonnie fumbled the sugar bowl, spilling some onto the counter.
Let me do that,
Marta said, directing Bonnie to a chair. Bonnie didn't fight her, took a seat, and watched as Marta took off her jacket, hung it over the back of a chair, and waited for the water to drip down through the coffee filter. She filled the 2 cups, adding a touch of cream to her own and half a teaspoon of sugar to her sister's.
You remember,
Bonnie said. Marta brought the 2 cups to the table and said,
You got any cookies or anything?
Bonnie pointed to a cupboard. Marta found a bag of biscotti.
Oh, fancy.
She brought them to the table and sat down at an angle from Bonnie. She pulled out a biscotti, smiled when she saw that the end was dipped in chocolate.
I love these.
Bonnie hadn't said a word.
I was thinking about when we lived in the house on Breakneck, Marta said. I was 18 and you were 16, and Mom and Dad had to drive up to Boston when Dad's best friend from college died. You remember that?
Yes, Bonnie said, taking a sip of her coffee.
His name was Lenny. They were on the football team. They were worried, leaving the 2 of us on our own. The arguments we were famous for. Borrowing each other's clothes without asking. Fighting over that one computer that was connected to the internet. How you even yanked my hair so you could have a turn. Plus all the stories about teenagers throwing crazy parties when their parents were out of town, and they were worried that even if we didn't intend to throw a party, all the neighborhood kids might descend on our place anyway. I think you were going out with Roy somebody at that time. Roy Knightley,
Bonnie offered.
Right. Not a bad-looking guy.
Bonnie smiled.
You always remember your first. That you do,
Marta said, taking a bite out of the chocolate end of the biscotti.
You tried to set me up with his older brother, Fletcher. He was, if I recall correctly, even better looking than Roy. And I wasn't the slightest bit interested. I think you must have seen him as a kind of test, that if Fletcher didn't get my motor running, no boy could. Busted. I hadn't come out. I couldn't. Mom and Dad, I was sure they'd never be able to handle it. Anyway, while Mom and Dad were off in Boston, you were going out with Roy, and I'd told you I was going to the movies with some friends or something, so you figured the house was empty and you came home. You and Roy were going to get it on. But the house wasn't empty, Bonnie said. I heard noises in the TV room. Where you found me and Sandra Jane Weiler kind of making out. Kinda? Okay, maybe even more than that. Getting into it. Why are you telling me this story?
Bonnie asked.
Just wait. So we pulled ourselves together, and it was all pretty awkward, and I took you aside and tried to explain that we weren't really making out. But Sandra Jane's brother had this VHS porn tape with 2 women fucking around with each other, and it was just the dumbest thing she'd ever seen, and we were just reenacting it and killing ourselves laughing because it was so ridiculous that we weren't really doing anything, and that what you'd seen wasn't what you thought you'd seen. And do you remember what you said?
Bonnie slowly shook her head.
You said, "Bullshit. You think I'm an idiot?" That was what you said.
Bonnie said nothing.
And so I told you what you pretty much already knew, but confirmed it for you. That I was gay, that I didn't know how long I could keep it from Mom and Dad, and you put your arms around me and said you loved me, and that you would support me in whatever way I wanted to handle it. And I felt this great weight lift off my shoulders. That whatever happened, you had my back. I've never forgotten that. To this very day.
A tear welled up in Bonnie's eye.
So, now, after all these years, it's my turn,
Marta said.
This is what I have to say after talking to you and Richard. Bullshit. You think I'm an idiot?
Bonnie's mouth moved, as though she were trying to say something, but the words would not come out. Marta put her hand atop Bonnie's and said,
Something's going on, and you're going to tell me what it is. Because I'm your sister, and I love you. And if you don't, I'm going to yank your hair out by the roots.
48. Richard. I have a question, another woman in the library said, about this whole trigger warning thing people have been talking about. Like you're supposed to warn people ahead of time if there's something in what they're about to read or see that they might find upsetting. But how are you supposed to know what might upset a person? I mean, everybody's bothered by something. I don't like to read anything where animals are hurt, but I'm not expecting something on the title page that says, "Oh, watch out, this is coming." What do you think? I said, "What?" I was ever so slightly distracted. Billy Finster was standing at the back of the room. Except it couldn't be Billy Finster because Billy Finster was dead. So either Marta was investigating the death of someone she thought to be Billy Finster, or this guy grinning at me was not, and never had been, Billy Finster. He made a small come-hither gesture with his index finger, like, "Hey, buddy, we need to talk." "Mr. Boyle, do you want me to repeat the question?" I looked at the woman who'd been talking. "I'm sorry," I said. "I have to go." I walked slowly toward the back of the library, catching curious reactions from the crowd as I passed. Like I was just going to walk out on them? Yes, that's exactly what I was going to do. As I walked past Herb, he said under his breath, "I want to talk to you." I ignored him and went face to face with my blackmailer and whispered heatedly, "Who the fuck are you?" He reared back slightly. Quietly, he said, "Who should take this outside? Betting you have questions." We exited the room and started walking down the hall toward the main entrance. Behind us, I heard Herb, who had stepped out of the library, call out, "Boyle! Boyle!" My blackmailer and I rounded a corner, and as we passed an open classroom, I steered him inside. I closed the door behind us. We were in a chemistry class. Raised desks with stools, a chart of the periodic table on the wall. "What the fuck is going on?" I asked. He smiled. "Okay, so you figured out I'm not Billy." He extended a hand. "I'm Stuart. Pleased to meet you." I didn't take his hand. He took in the room, shook his head. "I fucking hated chemistry class. Flunked it." He took a breath. "Flunked pretty much everything. You want to know the truth? Hate schools. Didn't want to do this here. Was heading for your place, saw you leave, followed you. What was that meeting all about?" "Who are you, Stuart?" I asked, wanting to bring him back on track. "Billy's friend. Well, I was Billy's friend until what happened to him. That was fucking wild, right? Listen, don't look so pissed. I'm here with good news. Well, good news and bad news." I was simmering. "Why don't you give me the bad news first?" Stuart thought about that and shook his head. "No, it makes more sense to start with the good news, which is that I'm no longer interested in getting you 10 grand. Consider it forgotten. Wiping the slate clean. No hard feelings, okay?" "What's the rest of it?" I asked. "You're not quite off the hook. I know you killed Billy." "I did not kill Billy." "Sure looks that way to me. Way I see it, you're the most likely suspect. I mean, come on, didn't it ever cross your mind to kill me? So you went to see Billy and often before you realized you'd made a mistake, that you got the wrong guy? You shoot him in the back? Did you even get a look at him? Anyway, when I tell the police what I know, that he was blackmailing you, they'll put it together. If you think I did do it, you should be more scared of me right now." "What are you going to do?" He looked around. "Hit me with a beaker?" "I didn't kill Billy," I said. "But I have a pretty good idea who did." Stuart's eyebrows popped. "Oh?" "Two people, a man and a woman, went into his garage. There was a whole lot of shouting. They took off. I went in after and he was dead." "Oh, so you were watching the place again. Didn't learn your lesson from the first time. That looks very bad for you. Very, what's the word, incriminating. The police will be interested to know you were there. He was wrong, thinking I'd murdered Billy, but he was right that he could do me a world of harm if he told the police I'd had a reason to want him dead. One anonymous call would do it. And who would believe my story? About this mysterious Stewart who'd pretended to be Billy, who'd been putting the squeeze on me for something I hadn't done. How crazy was all that going to sound? But even before I could contemplate what fate might be awaiting me, I wanted to know why Stewart had gone after me in the first place. Why me, I said. Why pretend to be Billy? Why threaten to expose me for something I didn't do to you? Not to me, he said, to Billy. I never did anything to him. Stewart nodded thoughtfully, then looked chagrined. I might have gotten it wrong. Gotten what wrong? There was this thing on the news, he said, about that guy who was going to blow up the school. Billy's watching and he goes, "Oh, that's my school." And he's looking at the TV and he's like, "There's that perv who liked to touch my dick when I was on the wrestling team." I look and I see you, and then I found your picture with the team in Billy's yearbook and put it together. Who else was on the TV, I said. Stewart's brow wrinkled as he tried to recall. Bunch of people standing around outside the school after the police got there. But I got a better look at you than anyone else. He shrugged. Billy might have meant one of the others. I tried to think back to what had been going on after the police arrived. It was all something of a blur. I was in shock. I remembered that at one point we moved outside, all of us, and that there was a TV news crew out on the street beyond the yellow police tape. I did remember one thing for sure. I remember Ronnie was out there being more or less interrogated by Trent about that goddamn door not shutting properly. Yeah, so whatever, Stewart said. That's why they put erasers on pencils, right? And you know, you killing Billy makes me think it all works out in the end. I told you I didn't do it. It was those two people who came earlier. And even though I probably knew the answer, I had to ask, why'd you do it in the first place? Blackmail me. Stewart looked at me like I was an idiot. The money. Fucking Billy was making out like a bandit doing his thing. I had to find some action of my own. I could have known it wasn't you. Remembered Billy from school. Thought about that, Stewart said. But it'd been a few years and we both kind of looked alike, you know. Lucy, Billy's wife, she called us two peas in a pod. Boyle! Herb out in the hall calling my name. He must have missed seeing us duck into this classroom and was hunting me down. Look, I said, trying to sound reasonable. We're done, okay? I didn't do it. You had the wrong guy. I didn't get to the bad news yet, Stewart said. Although depending on how you look at it, it's good news too. I waited. I'm willing to, like you say, be done with all this. I just have one favor I'd like you to do for me before we go our separate ways. A favor, he nodded. Nothing big. I need you to deliver something for me. Do an exchange. Not a big deal. A few minutes and you're done. You got something to return at Walmart? Stewart smiled. That's funny. You're a funny guy, Mr. Boyle. No, what I need you to do is just a little more complicated. My stomach began turning over. I had an inkling where this was going. That man and woman who came to Billy's. They'd been looking for something, and they appeared to have left empty-handed. Why did I have a feeling Stewart had it? And given that he didn't care about my $10,000 anymore, was willing to exchange it for a significant amount of money. Why didn't he want to do the deal himself? I had a pretty good idea. He could end up dead. I don't want any part of this, I said. Get yourself somebody else. Make your anonymous call to the police. I'll take my chances. I was afraid you might see it that way, Stewart said. He reached behind his back for something tucked under his jacket. A gun. This change your mind? He took a step back so there was room to point it right at me. Christ, put that away, I said. Would he shoot me right here in the school? Maybe. I couldn't make a run for it. I'd have a bullet in my back before I got to the door. So, willing to do a guy a solid? Okay, I said, whatever you want. That's good, that's good. So, we're going to walk out of here and head out the main door. My truck's out there. I'm going to give you the keys. And he dug into his pocket and handed them to me. So you can do the driving. I took them. And don't do anything crazy on the way because I might just lose it and start firing, you know? Understood. Take out your phone and power it off. Slowly, I reached into my jacket, took out the phone, and did as he asked. He motioned for me to hand it over, and I did. Okay, Stewart said. Let's go. He held the gun down at his side, tight to his leg where it was not immediately visible. When we came out of the room farther up the hallway, people were starting to drift out of the library meeting. Quickly, Stewart whispered, nudging me toward the main entrance. We both walked briskly. As we passed a trash bin, Stewart tossed my phone into it. We were outside in no time. It was fully dark now, the school parking lot illuminated by towering lampposts. That way, he said, giving me a shove, making a sniffing noise. I saw his truck on the far side of the lot, the same one he'd been driving when he showed up at the end of my driveway. How many days ago? Time seemed to have lost all meaning lately. Someone shouted, "There you are, you son of a bitch!" I glanced over my shoulder and saw Herb running across the parking lot. I stopped, turned around, and raised a hand. "Go back, Herb." He stopped about 10 feet from me. He gave Stewart one quizzical glance, then looked back at me and said, "I guess you feel pretty clever dumping that shit on me." "Herb," I said calmly, "this is not the time. We can talk about this tomorrow." "No, we can talk about this now," he said. "Okay, so maybe I poked the bear here, put an idea into that woman's head, but you had it coming. You screwed me over, and I warned you I wouldn't take it." "Man, you need to back off and get the fuck out of here," Stewart said, the gun still at his side. "Who the hell are you?" Herb asked. "Herb," I said one more time. "For your own good, I'm telling you to walk away now, and if you want to ream me out tomorrow, then by all means." Now it was Stewart who was looking at Herb quizzically, as though he had seen him before. "I know you?" Stewart asked. And I thought, he saw him on the news. "I never met you in my life," Herb snapped. "And I'm not talking to you." "Yeah, well, we're not talking to you anymore either," Stewart said. Then he raised his weapon and shot Herb in the neck.
49.
Richard's in trouble.
Bonnie told her sister.
Or at least, he was while Billy Finster was still alive. Now, honestly, we don't know what to think. What kind of trouble?
Bonnie told Marta about the blackmail scheme. How Billy must have seen Richard on the news following the LeDrew incident and decided to victimize him.
And before you ask, it's not true, Bonnie said. Richard never molested anyone, not Billy, not anybody else.
But he was prepared to pay him off anyway, Marta said evenly.
I know. Let's say someone said you took money under the table to look the other way when some robbery or something was going down. There wouldn't have to be anything to it, but there'd still be an internal affairs investigation. They'd turn your whole life upside down, wouldn't they?
Marta slowly nodded.
Maybe. You don't look convinced.
Marta took a long breath.
I know a teacher can be the victim of a bogus accusation just as easily as a police officer can. I'll grant you that. But Bonnie, I've seen so many cases where the wife had no idea. I'm not saying I believe he did it. I'm saying that your certainty isn't enough for me.
Bonnie leaned back in her chair, putting some distance between herself and her sister, and hugged herself, putting up a shield.
The only way this is going to work, the only way I tell you any more of this, is if you believe what I'm saying about Richard.
She paused.
I know. That's it. End of story.
Marta nodded slowly. After a few seconds, she said,
Okay. I believe.
Bonnie unwrapped her arms from around herself and told Marta as much as she could remember of what Richard had told her. About the initial approach, attempting to sell the boat to the neighbor, scoping out where Billy lived and getting hit in the head for his trouble. And how Richard must have thought, at least briefly, that Bonnie herself had had something to do with the man's death, which was why he'd covered for her, said he'd been in her car the night before, parked near the Finster house.
But it was you, Marta said.
Then Bonnie told her what had happened when she'd confronted Billy, how he had pointed a gun at her and left her shaken.
Jesus,
Marta said. She looked stunned and more than a little angry with her sister.
Just how stupid are you? The fuck were you thinking? You want to hear the story or chew me out?
Marta went quiet.
Anyway, when I told him to back off, that Richard wasn't paying up, that we weren't going to be blackmailed, he acted like he didn't have any idea what I was talking about.
Bonnie paused.
He was pretty convincing. If I hadn't known better, I'd have believed him.
Marta was looking into her cup of now cold coffee, trying to make sense of it. She had eaten one biscotti and was thinking of reaching for another.
Why deny it?
She asked.
I don't know,
Bonnie said.
There's something else.
Marta raised her head, a look on her face that said nothing would surprise her now.
Richard did lie, saying it was him watching the house and not me, but the truth is he was there earlier that evening in addition to being there in the afternoon, and he thinks he saw who killed Billy Finster. This just gets better and better.
She told Marta about the man and woman showing up in the black car, the shouting in the garage, the searching of the house. Marta perked up.
A man and a woman in a black car.
Bonnie nodded.
What kind of car? An Audi by any chance?
I don't know, Bonnie said.
I don't know if Richard noticed that or not. A couple in a black car have been looking for Billy's wife, Marta said. The woman's the one who got the drop on me Saturday night.
She thought for another moment and said,
It's time.
Time?
I have to talk to him.
Bonnie nodded resignedly.
He didn't want me to tell you anything, but we can't handle this alone. It's out of control.
She wiped a tear from her cheek and put a hand on Marta's and squeezed.
Promise me you won't do anything to Richard for not telling you all about this from the beginning. Promise me that. I'll do my best, Marta said. From everything you've told me, if this all checks out, I think the only thing we can accuse Richard of is being an idiot.
Bonnie almost laughed.
Thank you. Get him on the phone. I don't care if he's still in some meeting. I have to talk to him right now. If he's on the way back, I'll wait for him here. Okay,
Bonnie said. While she got up and went to the front hall to get her cell phone from her purse, Marta retrieved her badge from the counter and clipped it back under her belt. She was taking the coffee cups to the sink when Bonnie returned.
He's not answering,
she said, holding up the phone, her face grim.
It went straight to message.
Before Marta could respond, her own cell phone started to squawk. She snatched it from her jacket pocket and put it to her ear.
Harper,
she said. Her face turned dark.
Jesus Christ. On my way.
She ended the call and looked at her sister.
Someone's been shot. At Richard's school.
50. Before he'd left the motel, Stewart had made it very clear to Lucy what he wanted her to do. Stay put. Don't open the door, don't turn on your phone, don't make any calls from the motel line, don't talk to anybody, don't go out to get food. Watch TV and chill out. Lucy got where he was coming from, but she felt like a prisoner. And this motel room of Stewart's was a shithole. The house she shared with Billy was no villa on the French Riviera, but it was a damn sight better than this place. There was a mouse trap under the desk and some roach bait in the corner. Lucy was used to a spotlessly clean workplace. The hospital cafeteria was checked for vermin and bugs on a weekly basis. They needed to send someone over here. Stewart had said he had one important errand to run before doing the trade. Said something about having someone help him, someone to make the exchange less risky. Once he had that done, and had been back in touch with the dealers, he'd return for the case. And when he came back after that, they'd be all set. They'd have their money and they could hit the road. Well, that was all just fine, Lucy thought, except for one small detail. Stewart made her sick to her stomach. If Stewart had always had a thing for her, she hadn't been mindful of the signs. He'd always been this dumbass friend of Billy's who hung around in the basement drinking beer and eating Cheetos and wiping his dusty orange fingers on the furniture. Looking back, maybe he liked to stand a little too close to her at times. Once or twice he dropped by when Billy wasn't there and, rather than take off, had hung around a little too long. A lot of times he'd be real quiet, just looking at her, which was almost creepier than if he'd tried to cop a feel or kiss her. He knew if he tried something like that, she'd tell Billy, and God knows what Billy would have done to him. But with Billy out of the picture, Stewart was changing. How stupid had she been coming here in the first place? She hadn't been thinking straight in the hours after finding Billy dead in the garage. She'd been in shock, wandering around without a plan. Then she thought of Stewart. He'd been pretty welcoming when she showed up. That seemed like a good thing initially, but now, not so much. Even if Stewart didn't make her skin crawl, $50,000 wouldn't last forever. What happened when the money ran out? How were they supposed to get jobs and support themselves if they couldn't use their real IDs? Were they supposed to get new identities? And how did one go about that anyway? Stewart was not someone who took the long view. He could only see as far as getting the money. Lucy, on the other hand, while admitting to herself she was no criminal mastermind either, could see the bigger picture. Okay, she did something wrong. She did something illegal. But she hadn't been working with a pair of drug dealers or taking payoffs. She hadn't cooked the stuff up herself in her own lab. She hadn't killed anybody. And she'd never been in any trouble with the police beyond a few parking tickets and a grass bust when she was 16, but no one was going to hold that against her. Maybe she should walk out that door, turn herself into the cops, and tell them everything she knew. As bad as that sounded, it beat going on the run with Stewart Betts. Even if they actually did get away, there were certain benefits Stewart was going to expect. Here he was fashioning himself as her knight in shining armor. He'd rescued her from the bad guys. What was his idea of a thank you going to be? A handshake? A hand something, that was for sure. And a whole lot more. Lucy felt a little queasy. Maybe she was looking at this wrong. This was not an either-or situation. It wasn't a choice between running off with Stewart or turning herself in. What if there was a third option? One where she walked out that door and went back to her life, and where Stewart was removed as a problem. She was already working out a story for the police as to why she'd disappeared, and it had the added benefit of being true. She knew her husband was bringing fentanyl into the country and holding it for pickup. When he got killed, she was terrified she might be next, that she might be murdered because she knew too much. Yeah, that had a nice ring to it. She went back into the bathroom, pulled back the shower curtain, and looked at the carry-on bag. When Stewart returned, he'd grab the bag and head off to make his deal. She grabbed the bag by the handle, wheeled it out of the bathroom, and hoisted it up onto the small dining table. Looked at it. And thought, I already figured out how to open this once before.
51. Richard. I was stunned. I could not believe what I was seeing. Herb Willow dropped to the pavement like a bag of wet leaves. No protestations, no wild gyrations, no screams. Herb simply hit the ground after Stewart shot him. My mouth hung open. I might have said something. Probably holy shit or oh my God. Could have been any number of things. I honestly don't know. I said something, and I said it reflexively. I probably should have run. I probably should have tried to tackle Stewart, wrested the gun away from him, something. But my feet were rooted to the asphalt. I was frozen in shock. We gotta go, Stewart said. I blinked a couple of times, turned, and looked at him as if the words he'd spoken were in some language I didn't understand. I managed at this point to form a sentence. You fucking shot him, I said. You're driving, remember? Can you drive? I looked down at my right hand. There was a set of keys in them. Stewart grabbed me roughly by the arm, steered me over to the door of his truck, opened it, and shoved me in behind the wheel. If I'd been more familiar with the vehicle and known immediately where to insert the key, I'd have tried to start it and slam it into drive before Stewart had a chance to run around to the other side and open the passenger door. But I was disoriented. I looked at the keys in my hand, trying to figure out which was for the ignition, and once Stewart was sitting next to me, he grabbed the keys from my hand and slid the correct one into the slot on the steering column. "You think you can turn it, dickbag?" he asked. I turned it. The engine rumbled to life. "Don't forget your seatbelt," Stewart said. "Can't be too careful." I reached around for the belt and buckled up. I figured Stewart cared less about my safety and more about slowing me down if I tried to make a run for it. The truck had a column-mounted shifter, a type I hadn't seen since I'd learned to drive on my father's Ford Galaxy. I pulled it back and down into drive and hit the gas. The truck had been left parked in such a way that I could pull out straight ahead. The windows were down, and as I headed to the street, Stewart, pointing his gun at me, I could hear shouting in the background. Someone screaming that a teacher had been shot, another calling out for 911. Stewart hadn't told me which way to go once we hit the street, so I simply went right and kept on going. "Hang a left at the light," he said, and wiped his nose with his sleeve. I didn't know whether he had a coke problem or just a running nose. I considered driving erratically, that doing so might catch the attention of a police car should we happen to encounter one. But Stewart had that gun aimed right at me, and it wouldn't take much for him to pull that trigger. So I steered that truck down the road like I was taking my driver's test. "Yeah, here," he said as I moved into the left lane, put on the blinker, and made the turn. "You know where the Eastway Motel is?" I did not, and shook my head in answer. "So you keep going this way, then right at the third light, and it's up that way." He moved the gun to his left hand and went into his pocket with his right for a phone. He brought it up, tapped the screen, and put the phone to his ear. When someone answered, he said, "Yeah, hi, can you put me through to room 219? He waited and waited. "Come on, pick up. Pick up the fucking phone. Shit." He ended the call, lowered the cell, and said more to himself than to me. "I guess I did tell her not to answer the phone," Stewart sighed. "Okay, not a problem." He put the phone back into his pocket and transferred the gun to his right hand. We were almost to the third light. I slowed, put on the blinker again, made the turn. I could see the motel up ahead on the right. I recognized it. Had driven past it 1,000 times here in Milford. One of those places that's always there that you never notice. The neon sign said E.A. Tway Motel, and as I turned into the lot, I quickly sized it up as a place where you might rent a room for an hour by the month, but nothing much in between. It was a 2-story building. The second-floor units accessed by an exterior set of stairs and a long balcony-type walkway. "Stop right here," Stewart said, indicating the middle of the lot. I could have pulled up closer to the building between an old Volkswagen Beetle and a panel van, but then we wouldn't have had a view of the second-story units. "Keep the engine running and hit the horn a few times." He was looking up at the window to a specific unit. Room 219, I guessed. I tapped the horn a couple of times while Stewart kept an eye on the drape-covered window of the room. Come on, he said. "Come to the window, hit the horn again." I did. Someone pulled the drape back a few inches for a quick peek. Stewart waved his right hand wildly out his window and shouted, "Lucy!" The drape was pulled open several more inches, then fell back into place. About 10 seconds later, the door opened far enough for a woman to stick her head out. The lighting was dim, and I couldn't be sure, but it looked like the woman who had left Billy Finster's house the first time I'd been watching it. What was she doing with Stewart? "Lucy!" Stewart shouted again. He waved her toward him. Lucy came outside, closed the door behind her, walked to the stairway and descended it, then crossed the parking lot until she was at the open passenger door window. "Hey," Stewart said to her. Lucy looked small and afraid. "What's going on?" she asked. She saw me behind the wheel and said, "Who's this?" "My new assistant," Stewart said. "Why are you pointing a gun at him?" "He's kind of a reluctant assistant. Look, everything's ready to go down. Get the case." "I have to lug it down?" she asked. "You can't go up and get it?" "I'm kind of busy unless you want to stay here and keep a gun on this guy while I get the bag." But you have to be prepared to shoot him." She looked at the gun and said, "I'm not touching that thing." She turned and walked away. She went up the stairs like someone climbing the scaffolding to be hung. "Billy's wife," I said. "Yeah," Stewart said. "She's in kind of a rough patch right now. I'm helping her through it." "How exactly?" "By providing for her future," Stewart snapped. "It's all good, and you get to be part of it." I waited. "I have something I have to deliver to these people, and in return they're going to give me enough money so Lucy and I can start this new life together." He smiled. "I've always really liked her. It's going to take her some time to warm up to me. I understand that because she's just suffered a loss. So I'm going to give her a week or two. But by then we'll be on the beach in Boca Raton, or maybe we'll go out to L.A. or someplace like that." He nodded confidently. "It's all going to be fine." "You're giving the bag to those people who came to see Billy last night?" "I'm not an idiot. I don't trust them. I give them the bag, they're supposed to give me the money, but I'm thinking, what if they don't? What if they pull some kind of double cross? If it was just me with the bag, on my own, I couldn't do a very good job of defending myself. So you'll handle the bag, do the delivery, and I'll be ready with this," he waved the gun around, "in case they try something." There were 100 ways this could go wrong, and I couldn't think of a single way I was going to get out of this alive. "Run, just run." As if reading my mind, Stewart said, "I know where you live. You bail on me, I go to your house. You've got a wife and a kid, too, right? You take off, and I'm heading straight there. You get me?" "I get you," I said. Lucy had gone back into the motel room. Seconds later, she emerged with a wheeled carry-on bag, dragging it behind her to the stairs. "What's in the bag?" I asked. "I guess you'd call it pain medication," Stewart said. "From south of the border. Got themselves a little lab down there, probably more like a fucking factory. They ship finished product up by plane. Billy would take it off, hold it for pickup." "You took the bag from Billy?" "He didn't have much say in the matter," Stewart said. "I go out for food, come back, the fucker's dead on the floor. Was pretty shook up, didn't stay long, but I have a nose for an opportunity, you know. The bag was there, and I knew what was in it, and that it was worth a fortune, so, you know." "You took it?" "I took it, yeah. Wasn't like Billy was going to care, and I knew his associates would pay to get it back." Lucy had the bag halfway down the stairs. Unable to wheel it, she was moving it one step at a time, holding it by the top handle. "Billy was already dead, and the bag was there," I said, more to myself than to Stewart. "And you left with it." "Could she be any slower?" Stewart said, watching Lucy descend the stairs. Something wasn't tracking. When I was watching the house and those two showed up, the bag wasn't there, so Billy had to already be dead. Shouts of "where is it" had been between themselves, not between them and Billy. If Stewart was to be believed, someone else had visited the garage before either he or the couple in the black car had gotten there. And that person or persons had killed Billy. I could think of only one other person who'd been there that evening. Bonnie. No, it couldn't be Bonnie. She'd told me what had happened, and I believed her. Maybe the answer was coming our way. Lucy had reached the bottom of the stairs and went back to wheeling instead of carrying the bag. She pulled it as far as the truck's passenger door. "Here you go," she said. "I don't think I can lift it into the back." She tilted her head toward the pickup's empty bed. "Can't go back there," he said derisively. "Go over some railroad tracks and it'll fly out." He opened the door and slid out, keeping the gun on me. There was some space between the seat and the back of the cab. Stewart tipped the seat forward, grabbed the bag, and stowed it. He moved in to give Lucy a quick kiss, but she pulled back, like you might if someone with the Ebola virus tried to embrace you. "Okay, not pushing it," Stewart said. "All in good time." He got into the truck and slammed the door shut. He smiled at Lucy and said, "See you later, babe." "Goodbye, Stewart," she said.
52. Marta didn't want to have to wait for Bonnie, but there was no way she could hop into her unmarked car and go racing off down the street, siren wailing and lights flashing without her. She waited while Bonnie ran next door to the neighbor's house and told a startled Jill at the door that she needed her to watch Rachel. "There's been a shooting at the school," she said breathlessly. And as she ran to get into the front seat of Marta's cruiser, Jill beelining it for Bonnie's house, she added, "Don't tell Rachel!" Marta had the car in gear before Bonnie had the door closed. "It's him. Oh, God, I know it's him," Bonnie said. Marta, keeping her voice as calm as possible, said, "We don't know, Bonnie. We don't know anything yet." "He didn't answer his phone." "He might not be able to get to it," Bonnie said. "He could have muted it." A block away from Lodge High School, they saw the kaleidoscope of flashing lights. Several marked cruisers and ambulances had swarmed the area. Marta had taken the call only 8 minutes earlier, but the shooting itself must have occurred sometime within the last half hour. There would have been initial calls, probably several, to 911. Then cars would have been dispatched to the scene, and as soon as word got back that someone had been shot, the call had gone out to Marta. She could think of nothing comforting to say to her sister. The truth was, she expected the worst. She didn't quite have a handle on the extent of the mess in which Richard was entangled, but these kinds of things often got worse before they got better. The cruiser screeched to a halt by one of the marked cruisers. As Marta got out, she said to Bonnie, "Stay here!" She ran to the center of the school parking lot, illuminated by tall fixtures overhead where the attention was focused. She pushed her way through a small crowd of civilians, yelling at them to get back as she did so until the scene opened up for her. There were 3 uniformed officers there, 2 men and 1 woman, holding out their arms so no one would get too close to the body on the ground. Marta hadn't even had a second to take a close look at who it was when she heard a scream behind her. It was Bonnie. "Oh, God, no!" she said. And before she could get any closer, Marta threw her arms around her to hold her back. Bonnie was able to look over her shoulder, see the dead man splayed out on his back on the pavement. "It's not him," Bonnie whispered into her sister's ear. "It's not Richard." But that revelation did nothing to stop Bonnie from shaking. Marta released her hold on her and took a closer look at the dead man. She could see that Bonnie was right, that it was obvious that this man, even with his neck blown away and his head and chest covered in blood, was not her brother-in-law. This was an older man, heavier set. And Marta was even thinking she knew who he was, that she'd spoken with him the day Mark LeDrew came to the school. "Where is he?" Bonnie asked. "Where's Richard?" It was a good question. He certainly wasn't among the people who had gathered here. "Richard!" Bonnie cried out. "Richard!" She worked her way back through the crowd and started running for the school, no doubt hoping she'd find her husband there, Marta thought. God, what a clusterfuck. She turned to the woman wearing a Milford police uniform. "What happened here?" The cop said, "People heard a shot about 25 minutes ago." "One shot?" The cop nodded. "A meeting had just ended and some of the people were coming out to their cars. This lady," and she pointed to one woman standing over by a van, "saw something." Marta broke away and approached the woman who was standing with her back to the van, wringing a tissue in her hand, her fingers shaking. "Ma'am," Marta said. "I'm Detective Harper. What's your name?" "Violet. Violet Kanan." "What did you see, Mrs. Kanan?" I was coming out the main door over there, and this man came into the meeting at the end, and Mr. Boyle seemed very upset by it." "What man was this?" "The one who shot Mr. Willow." "Herb Willow. A teacher." The woman nodded. "He was in the meeting tonight." "Meeting?" "About the book." "Book? What book?" "The Road. It's by Cormac Mc... Let's go back. This man who came into the meeting late. Mr. Boyle wasn't happy to see him?" "No." "Did Mr. Boyle say his name?" "No, I don't think so. He didn't say anything. He looked stunned." "Describe the man." He was in his 20s or 30s. He was a white man, a little heavy, kind of a round face. He had on a sweatshirt, I think, with some writing on it, or a picture." "Do you remember what that was?" "There were bees." "Bees, like bumblebees?" "No, the letter, 2 of them, Boston something." "Boston Bruins?" "I think so."
Okay. Tell me what happened after he came into the room. They went out into the hall together to talk. I thought maybe Mr. Boyle would come back, but after a few minutes when he didn't, we figured the meeting was over. It was a funny way to end it, just walking out. And so I was going out to my car, and Mr. Willow was talking or arguing with Mr. Boyle and this man, and then the other man, he...
Marta wanted to be patient, to help this woman get her story out her own way, but she needed to know things. Right now.
Mrs. Kanan, what did the man do? He pointed the gun at Mr. Willow and he shot him, just like that, like it was nothing. And Mr. Willow fell, and oh my God, I can't believe what is happening here. First, that boy who was going to blow up the school, and now... What happened then? After Mr. Willow was shot. They got in the truck. This man and Mr. Boyle? That's right. They just got in the truck and drove off. Who was driving? Mr. Boyle, I think. The other man, he was pointing his gun at him. Describe the truck. It was a pickup truck. Color? White, I think. But I guess it could have been gray, but I think it was white, and it had rust on it. Was there a cover on the back? What? Was there a cover on the bed part of the pickup, or was it open, uncovered? The last thing, there was no cover. Did you notice a license plate?
The woman shook her head.
I'm sorry. No, that's fine. You did good, Marta said, and placed her hand briefly on the woman's arm. You stay right here, okay? Because we're going to need to talk to you some more.
Marta ran back to the closest police car and got on the radio to call in descriptions of the car, her Willow shooter, and last but not least, her brother-in-law. 53. Lucy went back up to the motel room, glancing back only once to see Stuart and his so-called new assistant drive out of the parking lot in Stuart's pickup. Once she was in the room, she closed the door behind her, leaned up against it, and let out a long sigh of relief. There were ways it could have gone wrong. Stuart might have wanted to open up the bag before they left, but as far as she knew, he didn't have a key to the small lock that joined the zippers together. And when he lifted it into the back of the truck, he hadn't noticed that it weighed any different. She'd tried to get it as close as possible. Now she needed to get out of here. There was one more errand to run, and then she'd lie low for a while. A few hours at the most. Then she'd go to the police. She had her story all worked out. Might need some tweaking, depending on how things went. A bit of improvising. The way Lucy saw it, she had 4 big problems that were, in no particular order, these. The drug dealers, Stuart, Digby, and the police. The first 2 she was hoping would be resolved shortly one way or another. Then Digby, then the police. While Stuart was out, she'd opened the bag using the technique she'd learned from YouTube, dumped out the contents, and stuffed all but 2 of the little packages into 2 pillowcases. She knotted the tops of them and tossed both into the closet, where they would be easy enough to find later for anyone who went looking. Lucy didn't have anything of her own to pack. She'd arrived with nothing, but she was going to take something of Stuart's with her. In the cheap dresser across from the bed, in one of the warped drawers that she had struggled to open, she had found a dark green hoodie. She gave it a sniff when she pulled it out, but it hardly mattered that he'd probably never washed it. She pulled it on, brought the hood up over her head, and had a look at herself in the mirror. Adjusted it so that it covered up more of her face. "That'll have to do," she said to herself. She stuffed into the right pocket of the hoodie the 2 packages she had set aside, then grabbed her car keys and left the room, pulling the door tight as she left. Her Kia was tucked away behind the motel, and she didn't see that she had any choice but to drive it. She didn't have enough cash for a cab, and she couldn't use her phone to order an Uber. All Lucy could do was cross her fingers that no one would spot the car on her way to the hospital in nearby Bridgeport. She didn't worry about pulling the hood up over her head while she drove. If she got stopped, it would be because someone spotted the car. But once she was close to the hospital, she parked several blocks away and shrouded her head and face the moment she was out of the vehicle. She had to be in and out fast. Lucy walked in through the main entrance at a steady pace, like one of hundreds of people who came through those doors every day for appointments or to visit sick relatives. Strolled past the main desk, hoodie up, limiting her own field of vision to what was right in front of her. Instead of heading to the bank of elevators that serviced the upper floors and patient rooms, she pushed open a door to a stairwell that led down to the bowels of the building. Utility rooms, generators, furnace and air conditioning units, the laundry. Locker room. Digby worked a lot of nights, so there was a good chance he was in the building somewhere. She hoped he was midway through a shift. He'd normally hit the locker room at the beginning or end. Employee lockers lined all four walls of the room, and two further banks of them were in the center. She knew where Digby's was. And she had a key, because Digby was dumber than a jar of tongue depressors and had given her a copy. The few times she'd sold him some fentanyl, he had paid her and asked her to slip the stuff into his locker later, which was just what she was going to do now. A freebie. She glanced furtively about the room to make sure she was alone and opened the locker. A pair of shoes at the bottom, a jacket on the hook, as well as a full change of clothes, including socks, a pair of jeans, and a polo shirt on the top shelf. Some toiletry items, soap, shampoo, a shaving kit. Lucy took the two packages from her pocket, went on her tiptoes, and tucked them at the back of the top shelf beyond the clothes. High enough, she believed, that even if Digby were to remove everything that was up there, the packages would go unnoticed. She closed the door and was about to lock it when a thought occurred to her. She opened the door and dug through the pockets of the jacket. First, the side ones, where she found his car keys. She had no use for them. Then she tried the inside pocket, felt something crinkly, and smiled. Money. She pulled out a 20, a 5, and 3 ones. Lucy was fucking starving. Once she got the hell out of here, she was going to get herself something to eat. And wait to see what happened.
54. Richard. "The meat's all set up," Stewart said. "Called him before I went looking for you. Drove by your house earlier, and when I didn't see your car, I was hoping I'd find you there." I said nothing. He'd tell me what I needed to know sooner or later. I was still at the wheel of this shitbox truck. "You know Walnut Beach?" he asked. "Yeah." "Down by a senior citizen's residence on Viscount," he said. "Had an aunt who used to live there. There's a parking lot, kind of wide open. But it won't be busy late at night. You can see who's coming and going." "Right." "I set it up for—" When he stopped to look at his watch. 20 minutes from now. We get there like 10 minutes before them, we'll be ready." "And what are they giving you again in return for the bag?" 50. 50,000, I said. "Nice jump up from the 10 you wanted from me." Stewart smiled. "You're a fucking teacher. I'm a reasonable man." Since I knew where we were going, I didn't need any more directions from him. There wasn't a second that went by when I wasn't thinking about some way out of this. I glanced over regularly to see whether the gun was trained on me, and Stewart was very attentive in this regard. I thought about hitting the brakes suddenly, throwing him forward, grabbing his head and smashing it into the dash, knocking him out. The kind of stunt you'd see a Jack Ryan or a Jack Reacher, one of those Jacks, do in a movie. But this was no movie. I could end up with a bullet in my gut if I tried something like that. I still wondered about jumping from the truck while it was moving. But again, that was the kind of thing you could do in the movies and not get a scratch. I figured I'd end up run over by the back wheels. And with the seatbelt on, the moment I went to unfasten it, Stewart could pull that trigger. I kept waiting for an opportunity that might never come. What worried me less was his threat to go after my family. If I could get away, the first thing I'd do is notify the police, give them my address, and tell them to get there ASAP. We were heading south on Viscount Drive, Long Island Sound shimmering in the moonlight ahead of us. I slowed as I reached the end of the street and made a right into a parking lot that, on a summer day, would be filled with cars as people hit the nearby beach. Bonnie and Rachel and I had been down here many times. We'd bring towels and an umbrella and some sand toys for Rachel and pretend we were in Florida. Not quite as tropical, and not a palm tree in sight, but there wasn't a 12-hour drive to get here either. Sometimes we'd walk out to the end of the Albert Monroe Pier, which extended some 300 feet out into the Sound, and afforded a view of Charles Island, a small state-owned bird sanctuary that was only a few hundred yards out there and could be walked out to on a sandbar during low tide. None of that, of course, was visible at this time of night. Okay, let's just drive around, make sure they haven't tried to pull a fast one, and get here ahead of us, he said. I know the car, I told him. That is, unless they've ditched it and are in a different one. Last I saw them, they were in a black Audi. Don't see anything like that, Stewart said. He was right. There were maybe 5 cars scattered across a lot that would hold 100 or 200 vehicles. Stewart pointed. Let's settle in up at the far end there, at the edge. Back into a spot. I did as I was told. Once the truck was in position and we had a good view of anyone who might arrive, I had a question. What's to keep these people from taking your bag, giving you nothing in return, and shooting you in the head? Stewart smiled like he had all the angles covered. Thought we went over that. That's why you're here. You deliver the bag and I hang back by the truck. They try something dumb, I start shooting. And I'd get caught in the crossfire. Have you even met these people before? I mean, when I walk out there and hand over the bag, are they going to think I'm you? Stewart thought on that. They might. I never met them. Billy didn't want me around when Psycho Bitch and Butthead did their pickups. Their nicknames did nothing to allay my fears, especially that first one. You don't really think I killed Billy, I said. He shrugged. I don't think you've got it in you. So you think it's these drug dealers? Would make sense, Stewart said. Then why didn't they take the stuff with them? Huh? You say you came back with food and Billy was dead. If they did it, why did they leave the bag there? Why'd they leave it for you to take? Stewart went very quiet for a moment. Maybe they killed him and figured the shit wasn't going anywhere and they were going to come back later and get it. Why? I asked, pressing him. What would they be thinking? Okay, we just killed this guy, let's grab a drink and then we'll come back? Who'd be that stupid? Stewart was looking annoyed. What fucking difference does it make? I don't know. Maybe it might be kind of important to you being Billy's friend and all. It was possible Stewart was right. What fucking difference did it make? Still, something seemed wrong. Headlights, Stewart said. There was a car coming down Viscount. It slowed as it reached the end of the street, then turned into the lot. A black 4-door Audi. That's them, I said.
55. Bonnie was running through the halls of Lodge High, calling out her husband's name. She'd been to his homeroom and the library and was heading to the office when she encountered Trent running toward her from the other direction. Have you seen him? She asked, nearly collapsing into his arms. He's not in his room. He's not anywhere. He put a hand on each of her shoulders to steady her. I was just outside talking to the police, to your sister. She said he's gone. Oh, God. Tell me they don't think Richard had anything. No. He's with some man who's... It sounds like this man has taken him hostage or something, and that he's the one who shot Herb. Hostage? They left in the man's truck, Richard driving. What is happening? Why would someone... I don't understand. Neither do I. I hung in for part of the parents' meeting and it seemed to be going well. No shouting, no crazy accusations. Something must have happened after I slipped out. I came back to my office and I heard the shot. Trent swallowed hard, looking almost as shaken as Bonnie. I couldn't believe it was happening again. Another school attack. Bonnie noticed Trent was holding his hand over the pocket of his jacket. There was something large and bulky there that he didn't want falling out. What's that? Bonnie asked. It's nothing, he said. Trent? He lowered his eyes, looking as though he'd been caught stealing from a candy jar. He pulled the butt end of a gun from the pocket, just enough so Bonnie could see what it was. It was, he told her, the one he admitted after the LeDrew incident to keeping locked up in the bottom drawer of his office desk. Bonnie recoiled when she saw it, as though the weapon's very presence signaled the gravity of the situation. Only if there's an emergency, Trent said. I'd really rather not use it at all, but when I heard the shot—
Fine, whatever. We have to find Richard. We have to figure out where—
Okay, Trent said. Let's go see if they know anything more. Together they went back outside, where Marta and officers in uniform were busily asking people for details of anything they might have seen. When Marta saw Bonnie, she ran over to her.
We've got everyone looking for the truck, she said. We're going to find him.
Why would someone take him? Marta shook her head.
I don't know any more than you right now. Go home. The second I know anything, I'll call you. I can find an officer to take you back.
I can take her, Trent said.
Great, Marta said.
She brought her sister in for a fast hug, then looked her in the eye and said,
I'm on this.
Bonnie nodded tearfully, then accompanied Trent to his car. He opened the door for her, ran around, and got behind the wheel. Your sister's got everyone working this, he told her, trying to find something reassuring to say.
We're not going home, Bonnie said.
We're
going to drive around. We might see them. We might see the truck.
Bonnie, we don't even know what kind of truck it is or the plate number or—
Then take me home and I'll drive around myself.
Trent waited a moment, sighed, and said, okay. He keyed the ignition and drove out of the school lot.
Where do you want to go first? I have no idea. Just drive.
Got it. Trent said he'd already called his wife to let her know he was okay. News spread quickly, and he needed to let her know right away that nothing had happened to him. But now that he was going to be roaming Milford with Bonnie for an undetermined amount of time, he wanted to give her another heads up.
Of course,
Melanie said, her voice coming out of the car's speaker through the Bluetooth feature.
Bonnie, you're there?
I'm here, Melanie.
I'm so sorry. This is so awful. Let me know when you find Richard.
Sure, Bonnie said, her voice close to breaking. Trent, glancing at Bonnie, said, Gotta go, Mel. We'll be in touch. They drove in silence for a moment, Bonnie's eyes searching for pickup trucks, trying to make out who was behind the wheel when one passed. Why don't we take a spin through the downtown? Trent said. They explored Milford's business district, then drove along Bridgeport Avenue, past the various car dealerships and the Taco Bell and the McDonald's. Neither of them had spoken for at least 5 minutes when Bonnie said,
I know what you're thinking.
Trent waited.
You're thinking this is a waste of time. They could be anywhere.
I wasn't thinking that, he said. I'm prepared to keep driving around as long as you want, Bonnie. And if you hear from Marta, we're already on the road. We can be wherever we have to be even sooner. Bonnie's chin quivered.
Thank you.
She paused, then said,
Rachel.
Sorry?
What must she be thinking? I ran out of the house, got the neighbors to watch her. If they're watching the news, if they see something online—
Why don't you call?
I don't even know their number.
Call your house. You still have a landline? Bonnie nodded, thought about what to do, got out her phone, and tapped the screen. Seconds later, someone picked up.
Mom?
Said Rachel. Just one word, but Bonnie could hear the anxiety in the little girl's voice.
Hey, sweetie. Who's there with you? The next door lady? Can you put her on, please?
There was the sound of the receiver being fumbled, then a woman's voice. Bonnie?
Jill, yes, it's me. Does Rachel know what's happened? Do you know what's happened? I don't. I've just been trying to get Rachel to go to bed. Okay, well, don't let her look at the news on TV or a phone or anything. Something bad happened at the school and we can't find Richard. Oh, Bonnie, I can't explain now. Can you stay? As long as necessary. I can sleep over. Jack can bring me what I need. Thank you, Jill. Say goodbye to Rachel for me.
She got off the phone hurriedly, fearing Rachel might grab the phone from Jill before she could hang up.
I can't talk to her,
Bonnie whispered.
I wouldn't know what to say.
56. Richard. Flash your lights, Stewart said. I turned the pickup's headlights on for 1 second, then off. The driver of the black Audi popped his high beams for a moment in return. The car drove slowly into the lot, coming to a stop, angling across 2 spots, about 3 car lengths away from us. The light from a phone dimly lit the interior of the Audi by the steering wheel, as if the driver was making a call or sending a text. "Oh, shit," Stewart said. "That's probably for me." He got out a phone and powered it on. I was guessing it was a phone he was afraid could be tracked, so he'd been leaving it off whenever he wasn't using it. Come on, he said to the phone, waiting for it to be active. Once it was, he waved it in the window, a signal to the other driver. The phone rang. "Yeah," Stewart said, hitting the speaker icon immediately. "We're ready," a woman said. "Same here. You got the money?" "Do you have what's ours?" "Of course, what the fuck? Yes. So, I'm going to send someone over with it." "We want to deal with you. Who's this other person?" "Just a friend," Stewart said, and gave me a smile like we were pals. "He's not a cop or anything, if that's what you're thinking. I'm not stupid." "No, of course not," the woman said. "Show me the money," Stewart said. "Can't very well show it to you from here." "Hold it up or whatever." "A moment." We could see some movement in the car. Then the passenger door opened and a man stepped out. "That'd be Gerhard," Stewart said. "And the woman is Andrea. Billy told me their names." Gerhard was holding a backpack by one of the shoulder straps. He held it up high so we could see it. "Okay, that's good. He can just stay there," Stewart said. "Give us a minute on this end. Sending him over shortly." Stewart ended the call, dropped the phone onto the seat between us. It was still glowing. "I don't trust those two," he said. "I'll get the bag. Don't try running off. If I don't shoot you, they probably will." I said nothing. My eyes kept going to the phone. "Give me the key," Stewart said. I removed the key from the ignition and put it into his hand. He got out of the truck. Once he had his feet on the pavement, he folded the seat forward so he could drag out the carry-on bag. I had been waiting for an opportunity. This was as good as it was going to get. I picked up the phone with my right hand and immediately moved the small switch on the side down, muting it. I opened up the Messages app. "Fucking thing is really jammed in here," Stewart said. I tapped the icon in the upper right corner to send a text. Where it said, "To." I quickly tapped in Bonnie's phone number. Stewart hauled out the bag, set it on the pavement, and pushed the seat back into position. I was about to type out a message, but stopped, rested my hand casually over the phone. Stewart closed the passenger door, extended the handle on the top of the bag, and started to wheel it around to my side. While he was passing the truck's front end, I moved my thumb across the miniature keyboard as quickly as I could, hit send, took one fast glance at what I had texted. Walt Biach. 2 typos, but clear enough. I turned the phone over onto the seat as Stewart reached my side of the truck and opened the door. "You're on," he said, the gun in his left hand, the suitcase handle gripped by his right. I undid my seatbelt and slid out of the truck. I took the case from him and took a step away from the vehicle. Stewart moved the gun to his right hand, positioned himself behind the door, using it like a shield, and rested his right arm on the sill of the lowered window. "Away you go," he said. I walked slowly toward the Audi. The driver's door opened, and Andrea got out. She and her partner, still holding the backpack, met at the front of the car and waited for me to get there. When I was no more than 6 feet away, I stopped, wheeled the bag around to stand in front of me, and said, "Hey." "Hey," Andrea said. "So, here it is." I let go of the handle and held out my hand, expecting Gerhard to give me the backpack. "Not so fast," the woman said. "It's here," I said. "It's all here. Look, I'm not a part of this. That asshole basically kidnapped me to help him do this. Just give me the backpack and let us get the hell out of here." Gerhard handed the backpack to Andrea, grabbed the case by the handle, and set it on its side on the pavement. He got down on his haunches, took a key from his pocket to undo the lock that held the 2 zippers together. Fine, I thought. See that it's all there, give us the backpack, and let's get the hell out of here. He undid the lock, pocketed it and the key, and then slowly drew back the 2 zippers so he could flip open the top of the bag. I had a view of the contents that was almost as good as his, lit by one of the parking lot lamps. Gerhard froze. I didn't know what was supposed to be in there, or how it was supposed to be packaged, but it seemed obvious from his reaction that this was not what he was expecting to find. "What the fuck?" he said under his breath. He started pulling things out of the bag. A bottle of shampoo, a pair of shoes, some wadded-up clothes. The more items he pulled out, the farther he tossed them, getting angrier and angrier, shouting, "Fuck!" and "Cocksucker!" I took one quick look back at Stewart to see whether he was aware that something was amiss. He had stepped out from behind the driver's door, had a puzzled look on his face. "Is there a problem?" he called out. Andrea was looking over her partner's shoulder to see what had so upset him. She was grim-faced as he stood and gave the bag a good kick with his right foot. I'm not sure when she got her hand on the gun or what pocket she pulled it from, but it was there now and it was pointed straight at me. This was not good. This was not good at all.
57. Trent and Bonnie continued to drive aimlessly around Milford.
I'm sorry,
Bonnie said.
This is starting to seem pointless.
It's okay, I don't mind. You never know. We might get lucky, see something. Bonnie slowly shook her head in dismay.
I just don't.
The sound of an incoming text stopped her mid-sentence. Bonnie looked down, the phone already in her hand in case she received a call or message from her sister. What is it? Trent asked.
What?
Trent asked. She raised the phone up briefly so he could see the screen. There was a number at the top, and then a text of just 2 words. Who's it from? He said.
I don't know.
What's it say? He hadn't been able to make out the message when Bonnie had flashed the screen at him. She said,
There's typos, but I think it's meant to say Walnut Beach.
Walnut Beach? Bonnie looked at him and nodded.
I know where that is.
Me too, he said, taking his foot off the gas and letting the car slow.
It's him, she said. It has to be Richard. He's sending a message. Has to be Richard.
Trent nodded furiously. That'd be my bet too. He brought the car to a stop, glanced in his side mirror, saw no car coming, and did a U-turn, tires squealing. Once the car was pointed in the right direction, he floored it. Call your sister, he said. Bonnie was already on it. Marta answered on the second ring. Walnut Beach, she shouted.
What?
Marta said.
We think we know where he is. Walnut Beach.
Marta said.
How do you... A text. I got a text. From Richard? Not his phone, but I bet it's him.
Okay. Wherever you are, stay put and...
We're going there now.
No, Bonnie, no. Let us...
I'll text him back. Tell him we're coming. No!
Marta shouted.
If it's Richard, he must have done it secretly. If you send a text back... Okay, I won't,
Bonnie said.
Trent and I are on our way. Do not go!
Bonnie ended the call.
58. Richard. I do not know anything about this, I said, raising my hands to shoulder level, trying to appear non-threatening with that gun being pointed at me by Andrea. What the fuck is this? Gerhardt asked. I'm telling you, I don't know. I pointed a thumb behind me. Ask him. Ask Stewart. This is his deal. I'm just a bag boy. Hey, dipshit, the woman shouted at Stewart. The hell is this? What are you talking about? Stewart said. Come and see for yourself, Gerhardt said. Stewart slowly approached, the gun at his side. He scanned the items that had been tossed from the bag. Those are my shoes, he said disbelievingly. That's my shampoo. That's all my stuff. It's all stuff from my place. He looked at me as if somehow I would have the answer, then at the woman. I don't understand. I understand, Andrea said. You tried to fuck us over. No, that's not true, Stewart said. Someone's playing a trick here. Yep, Gerhardt said. I'm looking right at the trickster. Stewart shook his head. No, it's Lucy. It's got to be Lucy. God damn it. I don't know how... She wouldn't have a key. I don't have a key. Maybe she switched bags. He took a moment trying to puzzle it out, licked his lips. Billy said something about how she could open a bag and... Where is she? Gerhardt asked. She's at my place, Stewart said, bewildered. Look, I'll go back. This is a minor hiccup. I'll find her and get your stuff. All of it. He forced a laugh. It's just a bump in the road is all. I can get this all sorted out fast. I had my own doubts. If Lucy had helped herself to the contents of that carry-on bag, what were the odds she was still hanging around waiting for Stewart to return? I could tell from Andrea's dubious expression she was thinking the same. "But first," Stewart said, "I want to make sure you guys are keeping your end of the bargain, so I want to see the money." The man laughed. "You bring us Reeboks at Head & Shoulders and you want to know whether we're ripping you off?" Stewart forced a chuckle. "Just being thorough." "Yeah, thorough," Andrea said. "It might be better if we had a word with Lucy. Where would we find her if she hasn't already taken a flight to Bolivia?" "I got a place at the Eastway Motel. Room 219, it's on the second floor. There's stairs up and—" "I know the Eastway," Gerhardt said. He glanced at his partner. "How do you want to handle this?" "Like this," she said as she raised the gun that had been in her hand all this time and shot Stewart in the chest. The gun, even though it appeared to be equipped with one of those silencer attachments, still made a hell of a racket, and I jumped. Stewart staggered backward a couple of feet and looked down at the blossoming red spot on his chest. "The fuck?" he said. This was followed by some coughing and gagging noises. And then he started to wobble, knees buckling, and then he was on the pavement, moaning. Shit, he said, becoming quieter with each utterance. The gun he'd been holding slipped from his fingers and settled on the pavement next to his thigh with a dull, metallic clatter. Gerhardt must have caught me noticing the gun as he immediately bent over, picked it up, looked at me and said, "I don't think so." He went over to the Audi and tossed it through an open window onto the passenger seat. "And now you," Andrea said, looking at me. "I had nothing to do with this," I said. In my head, I was reciting a mantra. Hold it together, hold it together, hold it together. I've seen 2 people shot to death this evening. I wasn't sure a mantra was going to cut it. "You know where we can find this Lucy?" Andrea asked. Not at the motel, I was betting. And if not there, I had absolutely no fucking idea where she would have gone. I'd set eyes on her only twice. Once when she was leaving her house, and once more when she brought the suitcase down to Stewart. But what I said was, maybe. Maybe. I know what she drives. She's got a Kia, a little silver one. I'd know it if I saw it. I guess now that you've told us that, we'd know if we saw it too. I wasn't very good at this. She might go back to her house, I said. We know where that is too, and dumbass Stewart here just told us where he lived. Gerhardt said. We don't need him. I took a look at Stewart. No more moaning, no more breathing. The pavement was black with his blood. There's nothing in that backpack, is there? I said. They said nothing. You were always going to kill him. We don't like people holding our stuff for ransom. Sure, I get that. He was a piece of shit. He was blackmailing me for something I didn't do. For something bad that didn't even happen to him, but had happened to someone else. And did I ask? Andrea said. Do I strike you as someone with an inquisitive nature? She gave her partner a quick look. Let's try the Eastway in case she's still there. Then she looked my way and raised her gun. Sorry, pal, she said. So here I was again, staring death in the face, just like 8 days ago with Mark LeDrew. I'd been able to talk my way out of that one, but I didn't see that happening this time. I thought of Bonnie and Rachel, that I wished I'd told Bonnie it was time to change all the smoke detector batteries, a task I always took on, that the property tax bill was due this week, that I'd meant to do it, but I'd been so stressed it had fallen through the cracks. Thought about Rachel's upcoming birthday, how she'd been begging us to take her to the Mystic Aquarium so that she could see a beluga whale, and that I hoped Bonnie would still take her even if I couldn't be part of it. You can think of a lot of things in the split second before you're going to die. And then we heard the car. A squeal of tires first, like someone taking a corner too fast, followed by the gunning of an engine. Not a throaty sports car kind of sound, but a regular car being driven beyond its normal limits. It was coming south on Viscount at probably 50 or 60 miles per hour, and would have had to be no more than a 30 zone. Headlights on, heading straight for the sound. Andrea lowered her gun and turned to look. Shit, she said. The car, it looked to be an SUV, actually probably a Lexus, was soon going to run out of road, and the driver knew it. Because suddenly the SUV braked hard, the tires screaming, no doubt leaving long rubber streaks on the road. It had slowed to make the turn into the Walnut Beach parking lot, but was still going too fast, looking like it might topple over as it made a sharp right in our direction. I recognized the vehicle. It was Trent's Lexus. And if it was him behind the wheel, I was betting Bonnie was with him. She'd have received the text, figured out it had to be me. The driver did some quick correcting to keep the vehicle from going into a roll, and once the SUV was back on a straight path, it headed our way. Far off in the distance, I heard a siren, maybe more than one. In the intermittent light that was cast across the windshield of the Lexus, I made out Bonnie in the passenger seat next to Trent. The car slowed to a stop, the headlights aimed straight at the three of us, the Audi and the pickup. "Who the fuck is that?" Gerhardt asked. Andrea wasn't going to wait for introductions. She'd turned the gun away from me and was aiming it at the Lexus.
59. "Faster!" Bonnie said. Trent was hunched over the wheel like an octogenarian driving through fog. "This isn't a Ferrari." They were almost to Walnut Beach, but that text Bonnie believed to be from Richard didn't exactly go into detail. Was he out on the pier? Was he on the beach itself? They could already be too late. Don't let your mind go there. "Over there!" Trent shouted, pointing. She looked. At the far end of the parking lot, she saw what looked to be a pickup truck and a black car and at least 3 people standing around. "That must be them," Bonnie said. "Has to be!" Trent hit the brakes. If he didn't slow way down, he'd roll the car, making the turn into the parking lot. He still ended up taking it too quickly, and the steering wheel whipped back and forth in his hands once he'd made the turn, and it took a moment for him to regain control. If Bonnie was at all worried that he was going to get them killed, she showed no sign. "It's Richard!" she cried. Trent saw him too, standing there by the black car with a man and a woman. Trent had been crossing the lot at a good clip when he thought better of it and slowed to a crawl. "What are you doing?" Bonnie said. "We don't know what we're getting into here. We found them. We know where they are. We should wait for Marta and—" Bonnie shouted, "She's pointing a gun at—" The windshield shattered. Bonnie screamed as shards of glass littered the dash and fell into their laps. Trent cranked the wheel hard and hit the gas. "God damn you, sis," Marta said under her breath as she ran for her car. Bonnie had never listened to her when they were kids, so why, Marta asked herself, should things be any different now? But this was a life-or-death situation, and Bonnie had no idea what she might be getting herself into. Marta hoped if she put on the siren and broke every Milford speed limit, she could get to Walnut Beach before Bonnie and the principal. She got in her car and tore out of the Lodge High parking lot without telling anyone where she was going. But once she was on the way, she got on the radio to tell the dispatcher that the suspect in the school shooting might be at Walnut Beach, but that any cars responding would need to exercise extreme caution. Once she'd made her call, she wondered whose phone Richard, if it even was Richard, had used to text Bonnie. They'd never found Billy Finster's, nor had they been able to track it. Marta was also thinking about those chicken wings that had been left at the scene, how the manager at the wing joint said a guy driving a pickup truck had waited for them at the shop. Maybe, Marta mused, Billy Finster's killer was Herb Willow's killer. She was on Viscount now, heading south. Once she had passed the senior's residence on the right, she was able to get her first view of the Walnut Beach parking lot. Something was going on. At that far end sat a dark car and a pickup, and midway in the lot, heading in that direction, was the Lexus she'd seen Trent and Bonnie driving away in. She heard what sounded like a muffled gunshot. The Lexus veered wildly.
60. Richard. It all happened very fast. Andrea fired at Trent's car, shattering the windshield. "Bonnie, please, God, don't let it have hit Bonnie." Trent cranked the wheel hard to his left, steering toward the water. The car did a complete turnaround and zoomed off in the opposite direction, but came to a stop a few seconds later. Did that mean Trent had been shot? Had Bonnie been shot and he'd stopped to see how she was? Gerhardt's attention was on Andrea and the Lexus, which gave me an opportunity to do something I'd been wanting to do for some time. Run. Lanes and parking in that lot were divided with many boulevards adorned with tall trees, so I had intermittent cover as I ran, moving right and left, thinking bizarrely of that old Peter Falk, Alan Arkin movie, The In-Laws, where Falk offers advice on dodging gunfire. Serpentine. While my route might have looked haphazard, I was heading for Trent's car to see whether, and how badly, he and Bonnie had been hurt. I glanced back over my shoulder a couple of times to see whether the drug dealers were in pursuit. They weren't coming after me. They were jumping into the Audi. Gerhard was getting in on the driver's side, Andrea hopping in next to him. She barely had the door closed before the car started to move. Someone else was coming to the party, a dark, unmarked Dodge Charger police cruiser. The kind Marta drove, was wailing its way down Viscount, lights flashing. I was still running for Trent's car and was relieved to see Bonnie bailing from the passenger side. "Bonnie!" I shouted. She turned and looked my way as the Audi went screaming past me, heading for the exit. Trent was out of the car now, too. Worried Andrea might try shooting at them again, I yelled as loud as I could, "Get down!" Bonnie dropped. Trent ran to her side of the Lexus and threw himself over her. But Andrea wasn't worried about them and took no shots in their direction as the car continued heading for the exit. There was a problem there. The Charger had screeched to a stop and was positioned sideways, blocking the Audi's path. Someone was leaping out. It was, as I'd suspected, Marta. She was running toward the Lexus. The Audi altered course and started gunning straight for her, engine roaring. Marta had drawn her weapon, grasping it in both hands, arms raised. She fired off 3 shots before she had to dive out of the car's path. She went flying off to the right, landing on one of the grassy medians, the gun slipping from her hand. The Audi kept going and smashed hard into the side of the unmarked police car with a thunderous shriek of metal on metal. I was still running. Trent had crawled off Bonnie and was on his feet, and by the time I got there, Bonnie was upright too. Neither of them appeared to be injured. Bonnie threw her arms around me, but there wasn't time, not yet, for any kind of joyous reunion. The Audi passenger door swung open, and a dazed Andrea staggered out, gun still in hand. She took a moment to get her bearings and fired a shot at Marta, who was scrambling across the grass looking for something. Her gun. She'd lost her gun. When it flew from her hand, she hadn't seen where it landed. She managed one quick look at Andrea, and there was a microsecond of recognition. I could barely read Marta's lips. "You bitch," they seemed to say. Andrea was running from the parking lot and toward the beach. More sirens became audible. A cruiser was speeding down Viscount. Bonnie, Trent, and I ran to Marta. I helped her to her feet, but her eyes were on the ground, scanning it. "My gun," she said. "It flew out of my hand." She turned her head, caught a glimpse of Andrea running off into the darkness. "Trent," Bonnie said. "Huh?" he replied. "Give her yours." Trent must have brought the gun he was known to have kept locked in his office desk. He looked hesitant about handing it over. "Trent!" Bonnie shouted. He dug into his jacket pocket, brought out the firearm, and held it out to Marta. She gave it a quick look, appraising it, snatched it out of his hand, and ran. "Keep looking for the gun," I said to Bonnie and Trent, and then I ran to the Audi. I knew there was another gun in there, and if Gerhard was still alive, he might be looking for it. I reached the open passenger door. The airbags had deployed and partially deflated. The windshield was a spider-webbed mess, and there were glass shards throughout the front of the car. Gerhard's head was resting on the steering wheel. I wasn't about to touch him to get a better look, but he appeared to have taken a bullet in the right cheek. There was no reason to worry about him, but the gun Stewart had used to shoot Herb was down in the passenger footwell, and I grabbed it. And did something I knew even then was very stupid. I went after Marta. She didn't have any backup, not yet, and I didn't want my sister-in-law out there alone. Marta was shouting over the sound of the waves breaking against the shore. "Stop!" she cried. "Stop!" At the other end of the beach, flashing lights, there were more police coming from the opposite direction. If Andrea kept running that way, she'd be handing herself to them. My eyes having adjusted to the darkness some time ago, and with the help of a half moon and a clear sky, I could make her out, pumping her legs about 50 feet ahead of Marta. She'd reached the base of the pier and, clearly having run out of alternatives, started running toward the end of it. What did she think she could do, swim to freedom? I could hear her footsteps on the wood decking, then Marta's in pursuit. I'd reached the point where the pier met the beach, but was hesitant to go any farther. Just as well. There were more shots. Marta went down. At first I was worried she'd been shot, but she was taking a defensive posture. She flattened herself onto the deck, arms outstretched in front of her, and aimed at the silhouetted figure that was almost to the end of the pier, and fired. Andrea went down. It was over. Or so we thought.
61. 3 days had passed since the shootout at Walnut Beach, and Detective Marta Harper was still mired in paperwork and loose ends and plenty of departmental oversight and second-guessing. That was what you could expect when you shot and killed 2 people and got your cruiser totaled in the process. She'd been taken off regular duty and put on the desk while all the circumstances surrounding that night of mayhem were scrutinized. A bunch of armchair quarterbacks, the lot of them, she thought. But she'd been around long enough to know this was the way things always played out. Even more upset than Marta was her wife, Ginny, who was outraged at how much bullshit Marta had to endure for doing her job. She was also a total wreck about how close she'd come to losing Marta, and not for the first time in the last week either. It was all Ginny could do not to talk Marta into taking up a less dangerous line of work. Lion taming, for example. Even though she was off the street this week, Marta had learned a great deal about what had led to Walnut Beach. What was known? Gerhard Waldheim and Andrea Felucci, who worked for a fentanyl-producing operation in Mexico, distributed products to various dealers in the Connecticut area, and even sold some of it to line their own pockets, were dead. Gerhard died behind the wheel when Marta fired at the Audi as he tried to run her down. Moments later, Marta had brought down Andrea during the pier shootout. Andrea, Marta already knew but had since confirmed, had sold that deadly dose of fentanyl to Charisse Fowler, and was the one who'd assaulted Marta outside of Jim's. And the bitch was still wearing her Converse sneakers when she'd shot her. Stuart Betts, a somewhat dim-witted but dangerous nonetheless friend of Billy Finster's, was fatally shot by Andrea while attempting to sell back a carry-on bag full of drugs he'd swiped from Finster's garage. He'd been blackmailing Richard over something that had allegedly actually happened to Finster, although there was no evidence to suggest Richard had done anything to anyone. This was from Richard's account, of course. Marta could not question Finster or Betts for further clarification. Betts shot and killed Herb Willow when he'd interfered with Betts's plan to force Richard to do the exchange with Gerhard and Andrea. Oh, and Marta found her gun. It had landed in the grass near the base of a tree. Finster's wife, Lucy, whom the police had been searching for, walked into the station voluntarily the day after the Walnut Beach event and asked for the detective in charge of the investigation into her husband's death. She had quite a story to tell, and was able to fill in some of the blanks. After she'd found Billy's body, she'd gone on the run, fearing she might be next. She hadn't seen Billy murdered, but assumed Gerhard and Andrea had done it. Lucy sought out Stuart, thinking she could hide out with him until things cooled down. She told Marta that Stuart had always planned to double-cross Gerhard and Andrea to keep the money and sell the drugs himself, and shot the two with the gun Billy had recently acquired, and that she believed the drugs were still someplace in his apartment. That checked out. Marta found the drugs in pillowcases stashed in the closet at Stuart's place. Lucy admitted knowing Billy was helping smuggle drugs into the country through his airport job, and added that an orderly at the Bridgeport hospital where she worked, a man named Digby, also knew. He'd been threatening her. He'd already sexually accosted her, with violence, if she did not steal from the cash and give it to him. She did. That part checked out, too. The candy-like fentanyl was found in the top of his locker. Digby was arrested. The hospital fired him. The local district attorney didn't think there was a solid enough case to charge Lucy, and there was a host of mitigating factors like Digby's threats of violence and fears of retaliation from her husband had she gone to the police about his role in the drug operation. Lucy said she was going to move back to Utah to live with her mother and look for work in some other cafeteria. A school, a hospital, didn't matter. Cubed Jell-O was pretty much the same everywhere. Despite the DA's decision, there were parts of Lucy's story that never sat well with Marta. Digby, for example, had said she was lying, that he'd been framed, that she had a key to his locker and had planted the stuff. And when Marta got back to Lucy about that, she'd said, "Yeah, well, what would you expect him to say?" She was a crafty one, this Lucy, Marta thought. But she didn't think she'd killed Billy, which was the big, outstanding riddle. Not that she'd written off Lucy as a suspect completely, but her gut said it was someone else. It made the most sense that Gerhard and Andrea had killed him, but a ballistics test of the bullet that killed Billy did not match the weapon Andrea used to kill Stuart or shoot at Marta. Nor, after a test was conducted, did it match the weapon Richard took from the crashed Audi. Marta theorized that it could have been Stuart. He was, according to Lucy, mightily pissed off his friend hadn't cut him in on his profits from helping the drug smugglers. He'd been at the garage that night, and the gun he'd used to kill Herb Willow was one Billy had bought. He could have shot Billy with his own gun, except there was a problem there. That damn ballistics report again. Billy was not shot with his own gun. Which brought Marta back to Richard and Bonnie. They both had a motive. They had both been to the Finster property that night. Marta didn't want to think it could be either one of them. And where the hell would her sister or brother-in-law get a gun? Okay, admittedly, getting your hands on one was not exactly like trying to find the Holy Grail. It was easy enough, but seemed so out of Richard and Bonnie's wheelhouse. But Billy's death sure helped Richard. There was no getting around that. Could he have killed Billy before realizing he had the wrong guy? And once Bonnie'd been brought up to speed by her husband, she had a motive too. She'd never been face-to-face with Billy. She wouldn't know she had the wrong person. Shit. Marta wondered how much trouble she was facing for not immediately disclosing that her sister and brother-in-law were at the very least persons of interest in this case. She should have withdrawn from it. She knew that. The best excuse she could come up with was that things were happening so quickly she hadn't had time. Maybe Jenny would get her wish. Maybe Marta wouldn't be a cop all that much longer. And this morning, when Chief Constance Barnes wouldn't look her in the eye when she entered the building, she had a feeling things were about to come crashing down around her. Shortly before 10, Barnes came over to her desk and asked her to accompany her to one of the interrogation rooms. When she got there, she saw a man from the Internal Affairs Department was already in a chair. She'd met this guy before. Stanley Dinkins was his name. "Have a seat," Barnes said. Marta sat. The chief had a sorrowful expression on her face as Dinkins opened a folder that sat on the desk in front of him. "Look, before this gets underway, I can pretty much guess what you're going to say, so there are some things I'd like to clear the air about," Marta said. Barnes and Dinkins waited. "When I learned my brother-in-law was being blackmailed by someone claiming to be Billy Finster, whose murder, as you know, I was investigating, I should have immediately stepped back and let someone else handle the investigation. I didn't. That was wrong. My only excuse is developments were happening at such a rate I felt turning it over to someone else could have hampered things. It's entirely possible my personal connection compromised my judgment. If that means I'm subject to some sort of disciplinary procedure, I accept that. If you want to fire me, well, that's also your prerogative. My wife would be delighted. So anyway, that's my statement. I'll answer any questions you have about that." The room was quiet for a moment. Finally, Dinkins spoke. "That's not what we're here to talk about, Detective. What we want to talk about is Billy Finster." Marta blinked. "Okay." "What previous encounters have you had with Mr. Finster?" "Previous encounters?" "That's correct." "None." "You'd never met Mr. Finster? Never had any interactions with him at all?" "No. I mean, none that I know of. Maybe, when I was still in uniform, I pulled him over for speeding or something, but no, I have no recollection of any dealings with Mr. Finster." "You sure?" "That's what I'm saying. The only time I ever got near him was when he was dead." The chief and the internal affairs guy were quiet. "What's this about? What's going on?" Chief Barnes stepped in.
Detective, she said, we've read your report. We've been through your statement about everything that happened Tuesday night, but there's something that leaves us somewhat puzzled. You sure there's nothing you've already told us that you'd like to amend? Nothing. Because we've been doing our due diligence, the chief said, checking everything, going over every aspect of what happened. She sighed and said to Dinkins, "Can you pass me that ballistics report?" Dinkins slid a sheet of paper across the desk to her. "Which ballistics report is this?" Marta asked. Barnes looked at her and asked, "We're wondering if you might find it curious that the bullet taken from the woman you shot at Walnut Beach is a match for the bullet taken from Billy Finster."
62. Richard. "Another beer?" Trent asked. I'd already had 2 and was okay for now. I was feeling more or less pretty good. The swelling on the right side of my face had shrunk and the bandages on my neck and forehead were gone. Bonnie was on her second white wine spritzer. Trent's wife Melanie had just brought it out to her on their backyard deck. Bonnie took a sip and proclaimed it to be perfect. So here we were again, gathered together early on a Friday evening, in the wake of another catastrophic week. There had been a funeral that afternoon for Herb Willow. We had all attended. His elderly mother was there, but it wasn't clear that she had any real sense of what was going on, or even understood her son was dead. It was all very sad. Fortunately, she had a sister in Vermont who was going to either take her in or arrange for her to be moved to a senior's residence up her way. Trent had invited Bonnie and me over to talk about the future. Neither Bonnie nor I had been back to work all week, and Trent believed we both qualified for stress leave. At first I was inclined to fight him on this, but Bonnie had urged me to reconsider. I knew she wanted some time off. While she hadn't been abducted at gunpoint, she'd been through a hell of a lot that night. We all could have died. This time we'd offered to bring some steaks for Trent to throw on the grill, and Rachel had been left with Mrs. Tibaldi once again for the evening. Trent and Melanie's daughter was at a friend's house for a sleepover, so it was just the 4 of us. "I'm feeling a little tipsy," Bonnie said. "I've been there for a while," Melanie said. I wasn't keeping track exactly, but I had a feeling she was on her 4th spritzer. "Maybe you should go away," Trent suggested, firing up the barbecue. "Paris or someplace." The steaks were sitting on the plate, to the side. "Yeah, well, that's kind of costly," I said. "Maybe something this side of the Atlantic, San Francisco or L.A. or San Diego. We could take Rachel to Disneyland. We've never been to the West Coast." Bonnie nodded. "We couldn't go for long. 2 weeks is about the max I'd ever want to take Rachel out of school. She can't afford to miss any more time than that." Trent was scraping down the grill with a barbecue brush. "You could get some lessons in advance," Melanie said. Bonnie shook her head. "What kind of trip would that be for her? And us, if we have to spend time doing homework? No, I'm not crazy about that. I don't know, maybe we just need some time at home. Do things locally, go into Manhattan. See some shows, go to museums. Rachel would love that. Anything to make us forget, even for a while." She looked at me. "If you can even do that." "Won't be easy," I said. "And there's still things we don't know, that we're never going to know. Like who really molested 2 or maybe even more lodge students. Mark LeDrew's mother said someone assaulted him and Billy Finster was evidently victimized by somebody. He told Stuart Betts about it, and Betts used that story to go after me. I hate to speak ill of the dead, but I've wondered about Herb, or maybe Anson. And there's still Ronnie, although I don't have anything more than a feeling about him." "Ronnie," Trent said, shaking his head. "He'll drink himself to death before the truth's ever known." He had stopped scraping the grills and was now examining the barbecue brush. "The bristles are coming off this thing," he said. "Last thing we want is little bits of metal in our steak." "Didn't you buy a new brush?" Melanie asked him. "In the shed," Trent said. "I got half a dozen of them." Melanie looked at Bonnie and smirked. "Trent never fixes anything. He won't even let things wear out. Battery dies in his watch, he buys a new one. Gets a hole in his sock and he throws it out." "Well, hang on," Bonnie said. "Who darns socks anymore?" Melanie turned to me. Richard, are you sure you wouldn't like another beer? You talked me into it, I said. Trent said, back in a sec. He stepped off the deck and headed for a metal garden shed located in the back corner of the yard. I decided to accompany him. As we walked across the yard, I said, I'm worried that if I take a leave of absence in about a week, I'll be bored anyway and want to come back. Maybe, he said. So ask for 3 weeks or something like that. Honestly, I think you should take the rest of the semester. We'd reached the shed. He slid a metal door to one side and we stepped in. It was crammed full of gardening and other implements. Various rakes and shovels hung from hooks on the wall. 2 battery-operated weed trimmers. I was guessing one had conked out and Trent bought a backup. There was yet another barbecue in here, the lid and supporting structure rusted with age. Bags of fertilizer, topsoil. A wheeled spreader for distributing grass seed or weed killer. And 3 lawnmowers. There were 2 gas-powered ones tucked toward the back that didn't look to have been used lately, and an electric one within reach. A coiled extension cord lay on the floor next to it. My eyes were on the lawnmowers. I couldn't stop looking at them. You know me, Trent said. Like Melanie said, something breaks down, I just buy a new one. Gotta admit, I'm a bit of a hoarder. I never get rid of the old stuff. I have this delusion that one day I'll get around to fixing it. Oh, here we go. He'd found the new barbecue brush, still in its cardboard packaging, the price tag still dangling from it, hanging from a nail tapped into the wall. I wasn't aware Melanie had followed us out. Here you are, Richard, she said. And I turned around to see her standing there with a beer in her hand. Beads of moisture bubbled on the cold bottle. I guess she must have seen what had caught my attention and laughed. I guess it's no wonder that sad boy was always calling Trent the lawnmower man.
63.
You're right, I've explained this, Marta said. That wasn't my gun I was holding when I shot at the woman. The car was coming at me. I dived. My gun fell out of my hand. I couldn't find it. It was dark. This Andrea woman was running away, was armed, had already tried to shoot me. She was a risk to anyone she might encounter, and I needed to pursue her. Bonnie, my sister, told Mr. Wakely to give me his weapon. Tell us about Mr. Wakely, Barnes said. He's the principal at Lodge High. He was at the school when Stuart Betts shot the teacher, Mr. Willow. I'd been at Bonnie's house when the call came in that there'd been a shooting there. And of course my sister was worried it was her husband who'd been shot, so we raced to the school. Once we all knew more, Mr. Wakely offered to drive Bonnie home.
Go on. Dinkins, the internal affairs guy this time.
This is all in my report on...
Go on, he said again.
On their way, Bonnie received a text she believed was from her husband saying he was at Walnut Beach. We converged on the site. The rest you know.
The chief was nodding slowly.
I know you've been waiting for a ballistics report on the Finster shooting, whether it was a match to anything else. That happened this morning. It landed on my desk before it went to you, and when I saw it, I thought, what the hell is going on?
Marta didn't say anything for a moment. Then,
the day Mark LeDrew came to blow up the school, Wakely acknowledged he kept a gun locked in his desk in case a shooter ever came through the doors. He had it out, was ready to use it on LeDrew, but didn't when he saw the dynamite, the guy's thumb on that button.
She paused.
Jesus Christ.
What? Asked the chief.
He didn't want to hand it over, she said.
What do you mean?
When Bonnie was telling him to give me the gun, he didn't want to,
Marta said.
He had to be thinking, if it got fired, there'd be a ballistics test.
She stood.
Are we done here?
She asked Barnes and Dinkins. They nodded. Marta left.
64. Richard. I had to force myself to look away from the lawnmowers and give Melanie a smile. I held out a hand and took the beer from her. Thank you so much, I said. I couldn't look at Trent. I didn't want to look at Trent. All I could think about was how, when I first told him how Mark LeDrew had gone on about the lawnmower man, Trent acted as baffled as I'd been. He pretended to have absolutely no idea who LeDrew might have been referring to. And then there was what LeDrew's mother had told me earlier on that evening when all hell broke loose. How Mark had been abused by someone at the school, someone he would only refer to as the lawnmower man. It was Melanie who'd mentioned that there was a summer when they'd hired Mark LeDrew to maintain their property while they were away. He'd been here. He'd been in this utility shed. I exited the structure and started walking back toward the deck, getting ahead of Melanie. I took one sip from the beer and set it on the patio table. Bonnie could read my expression and see that something was wrong. "What is it?" she asked quietly. "We're leaving," I said. "Why, what?" "Richard!" Trent shouted. I glanced back, saw him coming out of the shed with the new barbecue brush in his hand. "Wait up!" When Melanie reached the deck, I turned to her and with a look of apology on my face said, "I'm so sorry, but we have to go. Bonnie just got a text that Rachel isn't feeling well, so we're going to have to pick her up." "Oh, no, that's terrible," Melanie said. Trent was at her side now, an excessively jovial smile on his face. "You're leaving?" he said. "I won't hear of it." Melanie said, "Rachel's sick." Bonnie, reading the signals, tried not to look confused, stood up from her chair and played along. "That's right, we're so sorry." "You must take the steaks home with you," Melanie said. "Let me wrap them up." "It's okay, really," I said. "Enjoy, you can make it up to us next time." I didn't think there would be a next time. Bonnie and I made our way through the house, heading for the front door, Melanie and Trent trailing us. "Well, why don't you bring Rachel back here?" Trent suggested, his voice on the verge of pleading. "I think she'll want to go home," I said. We were out front now by the car, Melanie all smiles, giving Bonnie a hug as she got into the passenger side, expressing hope that Rachel would feel better soon. You know how kids are. They can be sick to their stomach and an hour later devour a hot dog. And while that was happening, Trent was following me to the driver's side, trying to engage with me. "Richard," he said with quiet urgency, "I think you may have gotten some idea into your head that's wrong." I shook my head. "I have to sort some things out." I was behind the wheel now, turning on the engine. My window was down, and Trent wouldn't give up. "Please, come on, we should talk," he said. He leaned his head in so only I could hear him. "I know Rachel's not sick." And then, "What I did for you." Whatever the hell that meant, I wasn't waiting around to find out. The car was in reverse. As soon as Bonnie got in, I took my foot off the brake, backed out onto the street, and sped off. Bonnie was clearly waiting for me to explain myself, and when I didn't say anything, she said, "Talk to me." I focused on the road ahead. "Something's not right," I said. "I haven't quite put it together, but something's not right." "What? Tell me." "When I get home, there's something I have to check." My mind was racing. "Something Stuart said." I paused. "If I find it, if I can clear this up in my head, I'll explain." "And just for the record, you didn't hear from Rachel. She's not sick." "She's fine, far as I know," I said. "We could pick her up on the way home anyway." "No, I have to do this thing. When we get back, you can go get her." Bonnie decided she'd pushed hard enough. We were home a few minutes later, and once I had the front door unlocked, I gave the set of keys back to Bonnie and she drove off to Mrs. Tibaldi's. I went straight to the kitchen, where we had a laptop on the counter, plugged in and fully charged. I disconnected it, brought it to the table, flipped it open, and brought up Chrome. I entered some keywords into the search field to find local news video reports about what had happened at Lodge High School the day Mark LeDrew blew himself up. Stuart's entire blackmail scheme was based on a false premise. He thought I was the one who had sexually abused Billy Finster. They'd been watching TV. The news item had come up, a shot taken from the street at a moment when I and other members of the staff had been out front talking to the police. Only one station had sent a video team to the school in time to catch a shot of us in person, in real time. It was aired by a Fox affiliate in Hartford. When I found the segment on the station's archived news items, I clicked play. A woman was standing in front of the school, mic in hand. Across the bottom of the screen were the words, "School bombing averted." Captured in the footage were Marta and some uniformed officers. There was me, bandaged, a quick glimpse of Herb, Willow. Ronnie Grant was there, too, but they were all quick, almost impossible to recognize, unless you already knew who you were looking at. It could have been much worse, the reporter said. The would-be bomber, a former student, whose motivations remain unclear at this time, ended up taking his own life, perhaps accidentally, but not before threatening to come into the school and kill an undetermined number of people, police said. More general footage. A broad shot of the school, the woman talking into the camera. From here, we can see teachers and administrators from Lodge High, including some of the staff, we believe stood up to the bomber and persuaded him not to come into the school. Much credit goes to this teacher here. There was already a close-up on the screen of Trent without any identifying information, like his name at the bottom of the screen. But the second she said, "this teacher," there was another close-up, again, unidentified, of me. That was how it must have happened. Billy said something like, "That's the guy," when Trent was on. But by the time Stewart looked, I was the one on screen. And then he'd gone to Billy's high school yearbook and picked me out like someone in a police station's catalog of suspects. Trent was Billy's abuser, and Mark's too. Maybe Billy had slept it off in a way that Mark couldn't. Billy hadn't shown up at the school with a bomb, and Billy hadn't blackmailed me. But Trent had done Mark a more serious emotional injury. Shit. I heard the front door open. I called out, "Bonnie, in here! I found it!" When she didn't respond, when Rachel didn't come running into the kitchen, I knew something was wrong. I was getting up from the table when I saw Trent standing in the doorway. He was red-faced and out of breath. He must have hopped in his car seconds after we'd left. "Trent," I said. "I should have just said something at the beginning," he said. "When you told me Mark had been going on about a lawnmower man, I should have said, yeah, that was his nickname for me, and come up with a reason for why he had it in for me. But covering it up, that was my mistake, wasn't it?" I stood there. "It wasn't my only one," he said. "I should have gotten rid of the gun. I shouldn't have had it with me. Bonnie and her big mouth telling me to give it to her sister. I'm worried that might be a problem. I haven't been able to sleep since that night, like waiting for the other shoe to drop. You have to understand, Richard, that what I did, part of it was for you. It wasn't fair, you being victimized that way by that Stuart Betts guy." I didn't quite understand, but the tumblers were slowly falling into place. "It made no sense to me," he said. "Why would Billy be going after you when you never did anything to him? Yeah, I believed you when you told me you were blameless, because it was me." He looked down to the floor, briefly, sorrowfully. "After you told me you were being blackmailed, you came to the office looking for those yearbooks. I asked Belinda about it. She said you were trying to track down Billy Finster." "You went to see him," I said slowly, "that night." "I never meant. He had a gun. I found him in the garage and asked him what the hell he was doing, putting you through that ordeal. What was he thinking? He said he had no idea what I was talking about, and we now know he really didn't, but at the time, he grabbed the gun and started waving it around, threatening me. And what he didn't know was I had my own. Ever since Mark came to the school, I'd been pretty freaked out, was carrying it with me everywhere I went." "You killed Billy Finster," I said. "I ended up doing you a favor," Trent said, and managed a wry smile. "I'm not expecting a thank you or anything, but once he was dead, your problems kind of went away." That prompted a laugh from me. "Oh yeah, they just vanished. Everything's been fucking great since then." "I'm sorry," Trent said. "I'm sorry about all of it." "How many boys were there?" I asked. "How many did you take advantage of? How many did you assault?" He couldn't look me in the eye. "Not that many. I tried to keep it under control." I thought back to that fateful Monday, how Trent had tried to get into position to shoot Mark LeDrew. "You wanted to shoot Mark," I said. "When you saw him, you had to have a pretty good idea what his grievance was. He had his list, but you had to rate pretty high on it." "No," he said vehemently. "He could have killed all of us. If he'd had the chance, it wasn't just about me." I thought I noticed some tiny movement, something out of the corner of my eye on the floor behind Trent. It was there, and then it was gone. "I don't recall you ever filling in to oversee the wrestling team," I said, taking a step closer to him. "A few times," he admitted, "when you or Herb weren't available." "That was when you assaulted Billy. Was that a one-off? But with Mark, there was more, wasn't there?" "He was kind of a lost kid," Trent said. "I tried to help him. I tried to boost his confidence. Took him under my wing. His father didn't give a shit about him. Had high expectations Mark couldn't begin to meet. The boy was looking for a father figure, and I wanted to be that for him. You exploited that need. I know what I did was wrong, but I was good to him. I gave him work, paid him well for looking after our place that summer. I came back a few weekends alone when I knew he would be there, so I could spend time with him, mentor him. He said it like he almost believed it. I could guess other ways he boosted that boy's confidence, with free beer, maybe video games, companionship, all to get what Trent actually wanted. I took another step in his direction. We were no more than 4 feet apart now. Does Melanie know? I asked. About your extracurricular interests? I saw that movement again. I saw what it was. He shook his head. I've been a good husband to her. I'm a good father. You're a parasite, I said. You used your position of authority to exploit a student. Everything that's happened, all of it, finds its way back to you. Your abuse of Mark, how it tormented him and drove him to consider something horrific. The subsequent mix-up that led to my blackmail, to Finster's death, to Herb's, all of it has its seeds in your sickness. Trent reached into his pocket and brought out a small handgun and pointed it at me. I was surprised to think the police had returned to him the weapon he'd let Marta use. It's not the same one, he said, as though reading my mind. You know I like to have backups of pretty much everything. What's the plan, Trent? Kill me? Then Bonnie, when she gets home? You going to kill Rachel? Will that cover your tracks? I doubt it. Like you said, you've been waiting for the other shoe to drop. When they connect your gun to Finster's death, it'll be all over. Trent's hand was shaking, but the gun was still leveled at me. The thing that I'd seen was now crawling up his pant leg, a weird-looking bug. A 3-inch long stick with long, slender legs, some kind of praying mantis, I thought. Its long legs were taking it higher and higher. I remember Ginny putting it into a jar for Rachel when we went to visit. It's mean to keep things locked up, she'd said. They should all be set free. I could disappear, Trent said. If you're going to do that, you hardly need to kill me. I'd need a head start, a few hours. They'll find you, I said. It's time to pay for your sins. I stopped looking him in the eye and instead focused on the creature that was nearly up to his belt. Eventually, Trent would have to look, would have to know what had caught my attention. You were always a good friend, he said. I don't want to have to do this. I said nothing. Instead, I stayed focused on the praying mantis. Trent finally had to follow my gaze. He glanced down at his side, saw the creature, and acted as I had hoped, and expected he would. Rachel had told us how freaked out he was about bugs. Fuck, he said, and swept his left hand down, swatting the bug, knocking it from his belt and to the floor. I only had a second. I charged him, grabbing him around the waist and bringing him down to the floor. I reached for his right arm, got both hands around it between wrist and elbow, and slammed it onto the floor once, twice, 3 times, before the gun shook loose from his hand. I scrambled over him to grab it, landing on it as though it were a live grenade I was trying to save the rest of my unit from. Trent scrambled to his feet, and instead of attacking me to get the gun back, he bolted, heading for the front door. I didn't want to chase him with the gun. He was unarmed now. There was no need to shoot him as he fled. But I didn't want to leave it lying on the floor either. I picked it up and quickly placed it on a high cupboard shelf, atop a stack of plates. And then I ran out after him. He was standing in the front yard, hands in the air. Marta's unmarked cruiser was at the curb. She was out of the car, standing by the front bumper, hands clasped around a gun she had pointed at Trent. Don't move, Mr. Wakely, she said. Driving up the street and coming to a stop behind the cruiser was Bonnie. She got out of the car and was about to open the back door for Rachel when she saw her sister training a weapon on my boss. We all heard a rumbling. One of those huge dump trucks was making its way up the street, the driver taking a shortcut once again through our neighborhood between the construction site and wherever he was taking all that landfill. Trent saw it too. And when the truck was only 2 houses away, he dropped his arms and darted into the road. His timing could not have been better. The driver hit the bullhorn not a millisecond before Trent ran in front of the beast, the bumper knocking him down like he was made of straw. The truck didn't come to a full stop until the right front tire had rolled over Trent, and ended whatever life might have been left in him after being hit by the bumper. I ran to Bonnie, who was standing there hand to mouth, eyes wide. I scooped up Rachel from the back of the car, pressing her head down onto my shoulder so she wouldn't be able to see what had happened. And then the three of us went into the house where we would start the hard work of getting our lives back to normal. I was thinking, Trent was right. We needed a break. Maybe a trip up to the lake. We'd take the boat. That was I Will Ruin You by Linwood Barclay, read by George Newbern and Jonathan McLean. Produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer Suzanne Franco-Mitchell. An audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright NJSB Entertainment, Inc., 2024. Production copyright 2024 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Linwood Barclay asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.